What if Harry Potter was adopted by Poseidon after Shipwreck? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was adopted by Poseidon after Shipwreck? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Drowned and found the water hit Harry's face like a fist made of ice. He couldn't scream, salt water flooded his mouth the second it opened, burning down his throat and into his lungs. His arms flailed uselessly, small fingers grabbing at nothing but cold darkness. The fairies' lights were already distant, blurred yellow smears that shrank with every second. Uncle Vernon's hand had been so big on his back. One shove. That's all it took. Harry kicked his legs, fighting toward the surface with everything a 6-year-old body could give, but he didn't know which way was up anymore. The storm had churned the English Channel into a washing machine, spinning him, tumbling him, ripping away any sense of direction. His chest burned. His vision sparked with white dots. The cold wasn't even cold anymore, it was just nothing, seeping through his skin and into his bones. I'm going to die, he thought, and it wasn't even scary. It was just, obvious. Like knowing the sky was gray or that Dudley would always get the bigger portion. His body stopped fighting. The blackness took him. Poseidon had been arguing with Triton about territorial boundaries near the Strait of Gibraltar when he felt it. A pull. Not physical, something deeper, like a hook sinking into his attention and yanking hard. He stopped mid-sentence, his son's complaints fading to meaningless noise. Father? Triton's voice was annoyed. Are you even listening to me? The merfolk of the western colonies, quiet. The word carried weight. Triton's mouth snapped shut. He'd been a god for millennia, and he still couldn't ignore that tone. Poseidon turned toward the surface, his awareness expanding upward through miles of water. There. The English Channel. A storm his brother Zeus had kicked up in one of his petty moods, nothing special. Ships struggled against the waves, mortals cursing and praying in equal measure. Standard. But that pull. He found the source in 3 seconds. A child. Sinking fast, already unconscious, lungs full of seawater. Mortal. Should have been meaningless, humans drowned every day, and Poseidon had stopped caring about individual deaths before Triton was born. Except this child wasn't quite mortal. Something burned inside the boy's chest. Not a soul, though that was there too, guttering like a candle in a hurricane. Something else. Power that didn't belong to any domain Poseidon recognized. It tasted like starlight and old forests and the crackle before lightning struck. Foreign. Fascinating. And it was dying. Poseidon moved. The ocean parted for him. One moment he sat on his throne in the depths of the Atlantic, the next he materialized in the churning chaos of the channel, his form taking shape from the water itself. The storm tried to touch him and failed. Rain bent around his shoulders. Waves that would crush ships flattened into gentle swells at his feet. The boy drifted 20 feet below the surface, limbs loose, hair floating around a face that was turning blue. Small. So impossibly small. Poseidon had seen human children before, of course, but it had been centuries since he'd really looked at one. They were fragile things. Temporary. This one had maybe 30 seconds before brain death. Poseidon reached down and pulled the child into his arms. The reaction was immediate. That strange power inside the boy flared, recognizing divinity, reaching toward it like a flower toward the sun. Poseidon felt it probe against his essence, testing, tasting. Curious despite the dying. Interesting, he thought. Very interesting. He pressed 2 fingers to the child's chest and commanded the water out. It obeyed instantly, of course it did, streaming from the boy's lungs and mouth in a rush of brine and bile. The small body convulsed, back arching, and then the child sucked in a breath so desperate it sounded like tearing fabric. Green eyes flew open. Poseidon had expected screaming. Crying. The usual mortal terror response when confronted with an elder god holding them in the middle of a supernatural storm. What he got instead was silence. The boy stared at him, really stared, with an intensity that didn't belong on a face that young, and then spoke in a voice scraped raw by salt water. Are you going to hurt me too? The question hit Poseidon strangely. He'd been asked many things by mortals over the millennia. For mercy. For power. For revenge. For love. Never this. Never a simple, exhausted request for information, as if pain was so expected that the only surprise was the timing. No, Poseidon said. The boy considered this. His shivers were getting worse, small body trying desperately to generate heat it didn't have. Hypothermia would kill him within minutes if Poseidon didn't act. Okay, the child said finally. That's good. And then he passed out again. Poseidon looked at the unconscious boy in his arms. Looked up at the ferry disappearing into the storm, carrying the mortals who had thrown this child into the sea. Looked back down at the strange power pulsing weakly in the small chest. He should return the boy to the surface. Find some Coast Guard vessel, deposit the child, disappear. That was the protocol. The ancient laws. Gods did not interfere directly with mortal lives unless absolutely necessary, and saving one half-drowned child hardly qualified. But those green eyes stayed with him. That question. Are you going to hurt me too? Someone had thrown this boy away like garbage. Someone had looked at this tiny, terrified face and decided it was worth less than nothing. And the child hadn't even been surprised. He'd just accepted it. Asked a practical question about his immediate future and moved on. That was wrong. Poseidon didn't care about human morality. He wasn't good or evil, he was the sea, and the sea simply was. But something about this situation scraped against him like sand in an oyster. An irritation. A wrongness that demanded correction. Also, that power. He really wanted to know what that power was. Triton is going to be furious, Poseidon muttered to himself. Then he sank beneath the waves, taking the boy with him. The underwater palace of Poseidon existed in a place that wasn't quite the physical ocean. You couldn't find it on any map. Submarines couldn't stumble across it. It occupied a space between, the realm where the concept of sea lived, rather than just the wet stuff mortals swam in. The architecture was impossible. Towers of compressed water that held their shape without freezing. Walls of bioluminescent coral that pulsed with colors humans had no names for. Gardens of sea plants that had never evolved on Earth, tended by servants who had been ancient when the dinosaurs died. Creatures that defied biology drifted through halls larger than football stadiums. And at the center of it all, Poseidon's throne room, where the god of the seas now stood with a dying mortal child in his arms and no idea what to do next. Amphitrite, he called. His wife materialized from a pillar of seafoam, her form taking shape with an elegance that made the process look like art. She was beautiful, of course, goddess of the sea, queen of the oceans, mother of Triton. She was also currently staring at Poseidon like he'd grown a second head. My love, she said carefully, why are you holding a human child? He was drowning. Humans drown constantly. You don't usually collect them. Poseidon shifted the boy in his arms. The child was still unconscious but breathing steadily now, warmth slowly returning to his small limbs. This one is different. There's something inside him. A power I've never encountered. Amphitrite drifted closer, her essence brushing against the child's. Her eyes widened. What is that? It's not divine. Not demonic. Not any form of monster blessing I recognize. I don't know. That's why I brought him. You brought an unknown magical entity into our home because you were curious? Her voice had that edge to it. The one that meant Poseidon was going to be sleeping on the metaphorical couch for a while. Also because someone threw him off a boat to die and he asked me if I was going to hurt him too. Amphitrite paused. What? Those were his first words upon regaining consciousness. Are you going to hurt me too? And then he passed out. Poseidon met his wife's eyes. He expected it, Amphitrite. Whatever those mortals did to this child, they made him expect cruelty as the default. Pain as the baseline. Something shifted in the sea goddess's expression. She reached out and brushed wet hair from the boy's forehead, revealing a scar there. Lightning bolt shaped. Strange. The touch of her fingers made the child stir slightly, leaning into the contact even in sleep. He starved for affection, she murmured. I can feel it. A void where love should be, empty for years. Who does this to a baby? Mortals. Not all mortals. Don't be dramatic. But her voice had softened. She kept stroking the boy's hair. What are you planning, husband? Poseidon hadn't been planning anything. He'd acted on impulse, which was unusual for him. The sea was patient. The sea endured. The sea didn't make snap decisions about random drowning children. And yet here he was. I want to keep him, he said, and the words surprised him even as they left his mouth. Amphitrite's hand stilled. Keep him. Adopt him. Raise him. Make him mine. He's mortal. He'll die in what, 70, 80 years? A blink. Less than a blink. You'll form an attachment and then watch him wither while you endure. This is foolish even by your standards. I can make him more than mortal. The blessing of the deep would kill a normal human child. The power would burn him from the inside out. He's not normal. Poseidon looked at the strange energy still pulsing in the boy's chest. That power inside him, whatever it is, it's already partially divine in nature. I can feel it reaching toward my domain, trying to connect. The blessing wouldn't kill him. It would merge with what's already there. Create something new. You don't know that. No. But I want to find out. Amphitrite studied her husband for a long moment. They'd been married for millennia. She knew his moods, his whims, his rare moments of genuine conviction. This was one of the latter. He'd already decided. He was just asking for her blessing because he wanted it, not because he needed it. Zeus will lose his mind, she said finally. Zeus can choke on lightning for all I care. Triton won't accept a brother. Especially a mortal one. Triton will learn, or Triton will leave. His choice. Amphitrite sighed. It was the sigh of a woman who had put up with her husband's nonsense since before human civilization existed. Fine. But I want it on record that I think this is insane. Noted. And if he dies during the blessing, you're the one explaining to whatever afterlife claims him why the Lord of the Seas accidentally murdered a 6-year-old. Also noted. Poseidon looked down at the child in his arms. Small. Fragile. Covered in bruises that had nothing to do with the ocean. What should we name him? His mortal name, it feels incomplete. Wrong. Amphitrite considered. What was it? Harry. Harry Potter. Keep Harry. It suits him, short, quick, unpretentious. She smiled slightly. But for his true name? Perseus. After the hero who respected the sea. Perseus Harrison, Poseidon murmured. Prince of the Seas. The boy in his arms stirred. Those green eyes fluttered open again, confused but no longer afraid. He looked at Poseidon. Looked at Amphitrite. Looked around the impossible palace of water and light and creatures beyond imagination. Am I dreaming? He asked. No, Poseidon said. You're home. Harry, Perseus, stared at him. And then, slowly, a smile crept across his face. It was small and uncertain, like a muscle that had forgotten how to work. But it was real. "Okay," he said. "That's good." Poseidon had conquered civilizations. He'd fought titans. He'd shaped the very oceans that covered most of the planet. But that tiny, hesitant smile hit him harder than any of it. He was in trouble. The blessing nearly killed Harry anyway. Poseidon had been right about the power inside the boy, it did reach toward divine energy like a plant toward sunlight. But the merging process was violent. The strange force fought against the sea's blessing, not out of hostility, but out of instinct. It didn't want to share. It wanted to remain separate, distinct, its own thing entirely. For 3 days, Harry screamed. Amphitrite stayed by his bedside the entire time, cooling his fever with ocean currents, singing songs that had soothed infant gods. Poseidon paced the palace like a caged storm, his moods darkening the waters around the realm for miles in every direction. Sea creatures fled. Merfolk prayed. Ships on the surface turned back to port, warned by instincts they didn't understand. On the 3rd day, Harry stopped screaming. The power inside him had reached a compromise with Poseidon's blessing. They didn't merge exactly, more like they agreed to coexist, intertwined but distinct. 2 rivers sharing a delta. Harry's eyes, already green, now held flecks of seafoam blue. His skin carried a slight luminescence in darkness. And when he touched water, it responded to him like a loyal hound. "Interesting," Amphitrite murmured, watching the boy unconsciously shape the water in his bedside cup into a tiny dolphin. "He's not fully divine. But he's not quite mortal anymore either. Something between." "A demigod," Poseidon said. "Like my other children." "No. Your demigod children are half mortal, half divine. This one is, quarter mortal, quarter divine, and half something else. That power in his chest, whatever it is, it's dominant. Your blessing wrapped around it but couldn't absorb it." "Magic," said a voice from the doorway. They turned. An old man stood at the entrance to the healing chambers, dressed in robes that shifted color like oil on water. He was mortal, clearly mortal, his soul a small flickering thing compared to the divine presences in the room, but he held himself like someone who'd forgotten how to be afraid. Poseidon's trident materialized in his hand. "Who are you, and how did you find this place?" "My name is Albus Dumbledore," the old man said calmly. "And I followed the magical signature of Harry Potter, which flared rather spectacularly during whatever you just did to him. I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And that child," he nodded toward the unconscious boy, "is a wizard. One of the most important wizards born in a generation, actually." Amphitrite's eyes narrowed. "Explain." Dumbledore did. "It took 2 hours. The wizarding world. Hidden from mortals by statute and spell. Magic as an inherited trait, passed through bloodlines. Schools that trained young witches and wizards to control their abilities. Dark lords who rose and fell. Prophecies that bound children to fates they never asked for. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The only person to ever survive the killing curse. The infant who had somehow defeated the most powerful dark wizard in a century and banished him to incorporeal torment. A celebrity before he could walk. A symbol before he could speak. His parents were murdered, Dumbledore said. Lily and James Potter, killed by Voldemort on Halloween night, 1981. Harry was the only survivor. I placed him with his mother's sister, the Dursleys, because her blood provided protection, ancient magic, tied to the sacrifice Lily made. It was the only way to keep him safe from Voldemort's remaining followers. The Dursleys, Poseidon repeated, his voice cold. The mortals who threw him off a boat to drown. Dumbledore's composure cracked slightly. What? That's how I found him. Sinking in the English Channel during a storm. His uncle had shoved him overboard. The boy asked me if I was going to hurt him too. The god's grip tightened on his trident. What kind of protection leaves a child with people who would murder him? I didn't know. There were wards to monitor his health. Then your wards are failures, wizard. That boy is covered in bruises that have nothing to do with the ocean. He flinches when hands move too fast near his face. He expected cruelty. He expected death. Poseidon stepped forward, and the palace shook. You placed a baby with monsters and then you didn't check on him for 5 years. The wards would have alerted me if his life was in true danger. They failed. I don't understand how, and I don't care. Poseidon loomed over the old wizard, his form expanding, the shadows of tentacles and churning storms flickering at the edges of his divine presence. You've explained what the boy is. Fine. He's a wizard. He has a fate you want to use him for. I understand. Now understand me. He is mine now. My son. My blood by blessing if not by birth. And you will not take him. Dumbledore's eyes hardened. The wizarding world needs him. Then the wizarding world should have protected him. He must be trained in magic. His power will become dangerous without guidance. I will see to his training. You're a god. You know nothing of wizardry. Then I will find teachers. Hire scholars. Build a library. I am the Lord of the Seas, old man. My resources are infinite. Poseidon smiled, and it wasn't friendly. But Harry Potter stays with me. Forever. The Dursleys forfeited any claim when they tried to murder him. The wizarding world forfeited any claim when it left him with abusers and forgot him. He's a prince of the oceans now. Deal with it. Dumbledore looked at Poseidon. Looked at Amphitrite, who had quietly moved to stand in front of Harry's bed, a barrier of divine fury between the wizard and the child. Looked at the boy himself, sleeping peacefully for the first time in days, his small hand clutching a blanket of woven kelp. Very well, the old wizard said finally. I cannot force you. But know this, Voldemort will return. He's not truly dead, I've known this for years. When he rises again, he will come for Harry. Their fates are bound by prophecy. Nothing you do will change that. Let him come, Poseidon said. I look forward to teaching him what happens when you threaten my son. Dumbledore left. The palace was quiet for a long time after. 5 years passed. Harry, Perseus now, though he answered to both, grew up in ways that no human child ever had. He swam with sea serpents in trenches deeper than any submarine could reach. He learned to ride hippocampi before he learned to ride a bicycle. His tutors included nymphs who remembered the fall of Troy and merfolk who had watched continents drift. He studied mathematics from Atlantean scholars, history from immortal spirits, combat from warriors who had trained demigods for generations. And magic. Poseidon had kept his word. He'd scoured the wizarding world for teachers, hiring them with gold and pressure and promises. Disgraced professors who needed money. Reclusive experts who craved challenge. Even a few beings that weren't quite human, masters of magical arts that Hogwarts would never teach. Harry learned wandless magic before he ever held a wand. He learned that power came from will and intent, not from silly Latin phrases. He learned that the rules wizards followed were suggestions, not laws, and that anyone who told him otherwise was either ignorant or lying. But mostly, he learned that he was loved. That was the hardest lesson. The Dursleys had taught him that he was worthless, a burden, a freak who should be grateful for scraps. Undoing that damage took years. There were nightmares. Flinching. Moments where Harry apologized for existing, for taking up space, for daring to want things. Amphitrite held him through all of it. Poseidon raged at enemies he couldn't punish, channeling his helpless fury into making Harry's life better in every possible way. Slowly, the broken pieces knit together. Harry at 11 was not the cowering boy Poseidon had pulled from the channel. He was taller than average, lean and athletic, with the easy grace of someone who'd spent years moving through water. His green eyes still held those seafoam flecks, and his black hair had a habit of floating slightly even when he was dry, as if gravity kept forgetting he existed. He smiled more. Laughed more. He had opinions and preferences and the absolute certainty that he mattered, that he was wanted, that he belonged. He was also, according to Triton, an insufferable brat. "You could at least try to lose gracefully," Harry's half-brother snapped, hauling himself off the training arena floor for the third time in an hour. Harry spun his practice trident lazily. "Where's the fun in that? I've been fighting for millennia. And I've been fighting for 5 years. Guess I'm just better." Triton's eye twitched. Their relationship had been rocky from the start. The crown prince of the oceans didn't appreciate suddenly having a brother, especially a mortal-born one who received more attention from their father. But somewhere along the way, rivalry had curdled into something almost like respect. Triton still complained constantly. Harry still needled him at every opportunity. Neither would ever admit they'd become friends. Again, Triton demanded. Harry grinned. "Your funeral." They clashed again, tridents ringing, water swirling around them in patterns that reflected their movements. Harry ducked a sweep, rolled, came up inside Triton's guard and slammed the butt of his weapon into his brother's solar plexus. Triton doubled over. Harry stepped back, twirling his trident dramatically. "So," he said casually, "Dad says some owl's been trying to drown itself in the Atlantic for the past week." Triton wheezed. "What? An owl? Bird? Hoots a lot. Apparently it's been diving into the water repeatedly, trying to get somewhere. The dolphins think it's hilarious." "Why would an owl?" Triton stopped. His eyes widened. "Oh no." "What? You're 11 now. I know how old I am. In the wizarding world, 11 is when children receive their Hogwarts letters." Triton straightened, his expression shifting from annoyed to concerned. "They use owls to deliver mail. If one is trying to reach the palace." Harry's good mood evaporated. "You're joking." "I wish I was. Father showed me the letter they sent after they found out you were alive. Apparently the school has some enchanted registry that tracks every magical child born in Britain. When they turn 11, they automatically receive an acceptance letter. The owl carrying yours has been trying to deliver it for a week. So tell it to go away." "It won't. The enchantment doesn't stop until the letter is received or the child dies." Triton's voice softened slightly, which meant the situation was serious. "Harry, this is going to be a problem. The wizarding world has laws about magical education. If you don't attend Hogwarts, they can make me. They can force me to leave. No. But they can cause trouble. Political pressure. Diplomatic incidents. Father's been ignoring their demands for years, but you're of age now. The mortal government, the divine laws about intervention, the statute of secrecy, it all gets complicated." Harry stared at his half-brother. In 5 years, he'd built a life here. A real life, with family and purpose and happiness. The surface world was something that happened to other people. The wizarding world was a distant threat, held at bay by his father's power and his own deliberate ignorance. But you couldn't ignore a prophecy forever. You couldn't hide from fate at the bottom of the ocean. "I should talk to Dad," Harry said quietly. Triton nodded. "Yes. You should." Poseidon was in his study when Harry found him, which meant he was brooding. The god's study was less a room and more a cavern of collected treasures, sunken ship figureheads, ancient tablets, crystals that held memories of seas long dried. He sat in a chair made from the spine of a leviathan, turning a small object over in his hands. A letter. Thick parchment, emerald ink, sealed with a wax crest Harry didn't recognize. "You opened it," Harry said from the doorway. Poseidon looked up. His expression was strange, angry and sad and proud and fearful, all mixed together. "The owl finally made it. Amphitrite took pity on it. What does it say? What do you think? You're accepted. They want you. They've wanted you since you were born. Harry crossed the room and sat on a chest filled with Byzantine gold. He was used to his father's moods, the way the gods' emotions translated into weather patterns and tidal shifts. Right now, the palace was surrounded by an unusual stillness, the water heavy and waiting. Triton said there might be trouble if I don't go. Triton talks too much. But Poseidon sighed, the anger draining from his posture. He's not wrong. The wizarding world has been pressing for years. Dumbledore sends letters every month. Formal requests. Informal pleas. Thinly veiled threats. They want their hero back, Harry. They want the boy who lived to play his role in whatever drama they've planned. So I go. You don't have to. But it would be easier if I did. Less complicated. Less war. Poseidon met his son's eyes. Harry had grown so much in 5 years. The frightened, broken child was still in there somewhere, but buried now beneath layers of confidence and training and love. He could see Harry thinking, calculating, approaching the problem like the strategist his teachers had trained him to be. Tell me the truth, Harry said. All of it. What happens if I don't go? Poseidon did. The political fallout would be significant. The wizarding world's government, the Ministry of Magic, had been pressuring their mortal counterpart. Questions were being asked. Treaties were being strained. Zeus, always looking for leverage against his brother, had been making noises about mortal interference and unauthorized adoption of prophesied individuals. Dumbledore had been quietly rallying allies, presenting Poseidon's protection of Harry as divine kidnapping rather than rescue. And then there was Voldemort. Dumbledore believes he'll return, Poseidon said. I've had my own sources investigating. He's probably right. The Dark Wizard didn't die that night. He anchored himself somehow, split his soul into fragments and hid them. He's been rebuilding his power for years, possessing animals, lurking in shadows. When he comes back, he'll come for you. That prophecy Dumbledore mentioned, it binds you together. One cannot live while the other survives. Harry absorbed this. A death sentence wrapped in mystical language. A fate he'd never asked for, chasing him across dimensions. If I'm going to fight a Dark Lord anyway, he said slowly, I should probably learn how wizards fight. You know magic already. Better than most Hogwarts graduates. I know our magic. Wandless casting, elemental manipulation, combat arts. But wizards have their own tricks, curses, potions, artifacts. If I go in blind, I'm giving them an advantage. Harry leaned forward. I don't want to go, Dad. I love it here. But I think I need to. Poseidon was quiet for a long moment. Then he set the letter down and stood, crossing to his son in 2 strides. His hand landed on Harry's shoulder, heavy and warm. When did you grow up? Somewhere between the sea serpent incident and the time I accidentally started a war with the Atlantic merfolk. That wasn't your fault. Their ambassador was being unreasonable. I called him a guild bureaucrat with the personality of soggy driftwood. Like I said. Unreasonable. Poseidon's grip tightened. If you go to Hogwarts, you don't go as a student. You go as a prince. My prince. You bow to no one, you take orders from no one, and if anyone, threatens you or tries to control you, you remind them exactly whose son you are. Understood? Harry smiled. It was a sharp expression, edged with the confidence of someone who'd sparred with gods. Understood. And you come home. Every holiday, every break, every moment they're not actively holding classes. This is your home. Don't let them make you forget that. Never. Poseidon pulled his son into a hug. It was still slightly awkward, gods weren't built for physical affection, and Harry had needed years to stop flinching at sudden contact. But they'd learned. They'd both learned. I'm proud of you, Poseidon said quietly. Whatever happens up there, whatever they try to make you into, remember that. I'm proud of you. Harry hugged back. I know, Dad. I know. The surface world was louder than Harry remembered. He stood on the shore of Brighton Beach, seawater dripping from clothes that refused to stay wet, blinking in sunlight that seemed too bright and too yellow after years in the ocean's blue-green depths. Mortals walked past without seeing him, the mist, his father called it, a divine veil that hid godly things from human eyes. To them, Harry was just another tourist, unremarkable and forgettable. It felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. The air was too thin, too dry, too full of sounds that grated against ears accustomed to the muffled music of the deep. Cars honked. Seagulls screamed. People shouted into phones, arguing about nothing. How did I ever live here? But he had. For 6 years, this had been his world. Not this beach specifically, but this realm of noise and cruelty and blindness. He'd slept in a cupboard under the stairs. He'd gone days without food. He'd learned that asking for help meant punishment and that hope was just another word for disappointment. Harry touched the pendant hanging around his neck. A gift from Poseidon, a small trident carved from coral, enchanted to provide instant transportation back to the palace if he ever needed to escape. The weight of it was comforting. A reminder that he had somewhere to return to. All right, he muttered to himself. Diagon Alley. That's what the letter said. Find the leaky cauldron in London, go through the back, get supplies. He glanced at the sky. First, I need to get to London. Without drowning anyone. That was going to be the hard part. Harry's divine abilities were instinctive. Water obeyed him without thought. Emotions triggered tidal responses. He'd spent 5 years learning control, but the surface world had different rules. No vast oceans to absorb excess power. No understanding populations who knew to give him space when his mood darkened. He was going to have to be careful. Harry started walking. London was overwhelming. The city pressed in from all sides, buildings too tall, streets too narrow, people too many. Harry kept to the edges of crowds, using techniques Triton had taught him for navigating hostile territory. Stay aware. Watch the exits. Never let anyone get behind you. It probably looked paranoid to normal humans. It felt like survival to someone who trained with warriors. He found the leaky cauldron more by feel than by sight. There was a pull to it, that strange power in his chest, magic, he reminded himself, call it magic now, recognizing something similar. The pub was squeezed between a bookshop and a record store, both of which seemed determined to pretend it didn't exist. Mortals walked past without a glance. Harry walked through the door. Noise hit him first. Chatter, laughter, the clink of glasses. The pub was full, witches and wizards in robes that ranged from slightly odd to completely ridiculous, drinking and eating and gossiping about whatever wizards gossiped about. Several looked up as Harry entered. Most looked away again. Then someone didn't. Blimey, breathed a voice. It's him. It's actually him. Harry tensed. The speaker was a middle-aged wizard with a patchy beard and the kind of eager expression that usually meant trouble. He was staring at Harry's forehead. At the scar. Right. I'm famous here. I forgot. More heads turned. Whispers spread like ripples in a pond. Harry heard his name repeated with something approaching religious awe. Potter. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Within seconds, half the pub was on its feet, surging toward him with hands outstretched and questions tumbling over each other. Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter, is it true you've been living underwater? Harry. Can I call you Harry? My grandmother knew your parents, where have you been all these years? The prophet said. Harry's hand tightened on his pendant. The water in every glass in the pub began to tremble. Back off. The command carried weight. Not divine weight, Harry was careful about that, but the authority of someone who expected to be obeyed. The crowd faltered, confusion replacing excitement. I appreciate the enthusiasm, Harry said, his voice carefully controlled. But I'm not here for autographs or interviews. I'm here to shop. For school supplies. Like any other student. He let his gaze sweep the room, meeting eyes until they dropped. Is that going to be a problem? Silence. Then, from behind the bar, a toothless laugh. Got some spine on him, this one does. The bartender, Tom, according to the name stitched on his apron, grinned at Harry with obvious approval. All right, folks, you heard the lad. Give him some room. He's a customer, not a zoo exhibit. He waved at the crowd until they reluctantly dispersed, then jerked his head toward the back of the pub. Alley's through there, Mr. Potter. Need me to show you the way? I'll manage. Harry nodded thanks and moved before anyone else could intercept him. The back of the pub led to a small courtyard and a brick wall that apparently wasn't a brick wall. Harry studied it for a moment, feeling the magic woven through the stones, then pressed his palm flat against the surface and pushed power into the pattern. The wall opened. Diagon Alley was chaos in the best possible way. Shops stacked on top of shops, signs advertising everything from cauldrons to familiars to books that probably bit people. Wizards and witches flooded the cobblestone street, carrying packages and arguing about prices and occasionally pausing to let something small and probably magical scurry past. The whole place pulsed with energy that made Harry's magic hum in response. Okay, he admitted privately. This is actually kind of cool. He had a list. Wand, robes, books, cauldron, telescope, various other supplies that seemed designed to bankrupt parents. His father had given him access to a Gringotts vault. Apparently, the Potter family had been wealthy, and the goblins who ran the bank had been more than happy to recognize Poseidon's authority over Harry's inheritance. Something about divine right of guardianship and not wanting to argue with someone who could literally sink their entire tunnel system. First stop, money. Gringotts was a white marble building that radiated smug superiority. Harry approached the entrance, nodded politely to the armored goblins guarding the door, and stepped inside. The interior was all gleaming stone and high ceilings and desks staffed by creatures who looked like they'd stab you for undercounting a canute. Harry walked to the nearest available teller and waited to be acknowledged. The goblin finally looked up. His eyes narrowed, flicked to the scar, widened slightly. Mr. Potter. We've been expecting you. I need to access my vault. Of course. Key. Harry held up the small golden key Poseidon had given him. The goblin examined it, ran some kind of test with a device Harry didn't recognize, and nodded sharply. This way, Mr. Potter. Griphook will escort you. The cart ride to the vault was actually fun. Harry had spent years plummeting through ocean trenches at speeds that would liquefy normal humans, a rickety minecart through underground tunnels barely registered. Griphook seemed disappointed that his passenger wasn't screaming. The vault was substantial. Mountains of gold coins, galleons, Harry reminded himself, wizards called them galleons, stacks of silver, sickles, piles of bronze, nuts. More money than Harry could spend in a lifetime, probably. He filled a bag with what seemed like a reasonable amount and made a mental note to have Triton investigate wizarding economics at some point. Anything else you require, Mr. Potter? Griphook asked as they returned to the surface. Harry considered. Information. About my family. The Potters. The goblin's expression flickered, something that might have been respect. The Potter accounts include several documents and artifacts. Some have been held in trust until you came of age or were otherwise deemed legally competent. Your guardian, Lord Poseidon, has already accessed the inventory on your behalf. I believe copies were sent to your residence. Harry blinked. Dad went through my inheritance. Thoroughly. He was particularly interested in the life insurance policies and potential lawsuits related to your placement with the Desley family. Griphook's teeth showed in something that might have been a smile. Gringotts has greatly enjoyed facilitating those proceedings. Ha! Apparently, his father had been busy during Harry's training sessions. That explained some of the mysterious meetings Poseidon had disappeared to over the years. Thanks, Harry said. For the information. Gringotts serves its clients, Mr. Potter. Your family has always been profitable to work with. The smile grew. We look forward to continued association. Harry left the bank with money and a new appreciation for exactly how much chaos his father could cause without ever throwing a punch. The wand shop was easy to find. Everyone knew Ollivander's. Even Harry had heard of it, mentioned in passing by his magical tutors. The place to get a wand in Britain. Family-owned for centuries. Run by someone who was probably at least partially insane. The shop was small and dusty and crammed with boxes stacked floor to ceiling. Harry pushed open the door and a bell chimed somewhere in the depths. He stepped inside and waited. Nothing happened. Hello. Harry called. Mr. Ollivander. A ladder slid along one of the shelves, and a pale man with silvery eyes appeared as if materializing from the shadows. He studied Harry with an intensity that bordered on uncomfortable. Ah, Ollivander said softly. Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. I remember every wand I've ever sold, you know. Every one. Your mother's was particularly lovely, willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charms. Your father's was mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A bit more power to it. His eyes drifted to Harry's forehead. And then there's the wand that gave you that scar. You, 13½ inches, phoenix feather core. I sold that wand too. Curious, isn't it? That you should end up here, where both your allies' and enemies' weapons were born. Fascinating, Harry said flatly. I need a wand. Ollivander smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Yes. Let's see what chooses you. What followed was the most annoying shopping experience of Harry's life, and he'd once spent 3 hours helping Amphitrite select the exact right shade of bioluminescent coral for a reception hall renovation. Box after box. Wand after wand. Oak and ash and vine and elder. Dragon heartstring and unicorn hair and phoenix feather. Each one felt wrong in Harry's grip, too foreign, too hostile, like trying to shake hands with someone who hated you. Ollivander grew more excited with every failure, pulling increasingly obscure combinations from deeper and deeper in his inventory. Tricky customer, he said cheerfully, after the 50th rejection. Not to worry, not to worry. We'll find your match. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, and some wands are simply more selective than others. Harry resisted the urge to flood the shop. Finally, Ollivander paused. A strange expression crossed his face, not excitement, exactly, but something closer to resignation. I wonder, he murmured. Perhaps. He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry heard rummaging, the scrape of boxes being moved, a muttered conversation that seemed to be directed at no one. Then the old man returned, carrying a single dusty box with the careful reverence of someone handling explosives. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said. 11 inches. Nice and supple. He opened the box. Inside lay a wand that was, objectively, unremarkable, pale wood, simple design, nothing special to the eye. But Harry's magic surged the moment he saw it. He picked it up, and the world changed. Power flooded through him, his magic and the wand's magic intertwining, recognizing each other, becoming one. Warmth spread from his fingers to his entire body. The lights in the shop flickered. The dust on every surface swirled upward, caught in a sudden wind that shouldn't have been possible indoors. Oh yes, Ollivander whispered. Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Curious, though. Curious. Harry looked up from the wand. What's curious? That wand contains a feather from a particular phoenix. Fawkes, he's called. He gave just 2 feathers, Mr. Potter, and this wand contains one of them. Ollivander's silvery eyes fixed on Harry's scar. The other became the core of the wand that gave you that mark. You know whose wand? Brother wands, they're called. Twin cores. The warmth in Harry's hands suddenly felt different. Heavier. You're saying my wand is related to Voldemort's. I'm saying that the same phoenix who contributed to the weapon that murdered your parents also contributed to the wand that chose you. Ollivander's voice dropped to almost a whisper. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry stared at the wand maker for a long moment. Then he tucked the wand into his belt, pulled out payment, and set it on the counter. Great, he said flatly. Looking forward to it. He left the shop before Ollivander could say anything else creepy. The rest of the shopping was faster. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where a pale blonde boy had tried to start a conversation about blood purity and Harry had responded with such cold silence that the kid had eventually retreated to his mother. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Harry had to physically stop himself from buying the entire store. Potion supplies from a shop run by someone who clearly hated customers. Standard school equipment from various other vendors. By late afternoon, Harry was exhausted in ways that had nothing to do with physical exertion. The surface world was draining. Every interaction required filters he wasn't used to, smiling at people he didn't know, pretending to be impressed by magic he'd outgrown years ago, deflecting questions about his childhood without revealing anything important. It was like wearing armor made of politeness, and the weight of it was crushing. He found a quiet corner near the entrance to Nocturne Alley, a place every shopkeeper had warned him away from, which naturally made him curious, and sat down on a bench to catch his breath. His purchases floated in an enchanted bag that weighed nothing, a small mercy. Harry Potter. Harry's hand went to his wand before he'd consciously decided to move. The speaker was a girl about his age, with bushy brown hair and front teeth slightly too large for her face. She was carrying a stack of books that reached her chin and wore an expression of barely contained excitement. Sorry, she said quickly, eyes widening at Harry's defensive posture. I didn't mean to startle you. I recognized you from the description in Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and I thought, well, I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Hermione. Hermione Granger. I'm starting Hogwarts this year too. Harry relaxed slightly. The girl didn't feel threatening. Eager, yes. Intense, definitely. But not hostile. Hi, he said cautiously. I've read all about you, of course. Well, everything that's been published, which isn't very much actually, because no one seems to know where you've been for the past 5 years. The rumors are quite wild. Some people say you were raised by vampires, others claim you were kidnapped by a dark wizard and trained as an assassin, and there's one theory involving time travel that I'm fairly certain is mathematically impossible. Hermione paused for breath. Where have you actually been? Underwater. She blinked. I'm sorry. I was raised by Poseidon. The god of the seas. Harry watched her expression cycle through disbelief, calculation, and finally a kind of horrified fascination. It's a whole thing. That's. Hermione swallowed. That's not in any of the books. Probably not. Poseidon. The Greek god Poseidon. He's real. Very. And he adopted you? After my relatives tried to kill me, yeah. Hermione's mouth opened and closed several times. Then, visibly, she set aside her shock and focused on the problem at hand. Right. Okay. I have about 1,000 questions, but I suspect you're not going to answer them right now, so would you like some company? You look like you could use someone to talk to who isn't going to ask for your autograph. It was such a simple offer. So matter-of-fact. No worship, no fear, no hidden agenda that Harry could detect. Just a girl his age who thought he seemed lonely and wanted to help. Sure, Harry said, surprising himself. Pull up a bench. Hermione sat. Her books wobbled dangerously but didn't fall. So. Poseidon. I assume that means you can do things with water. Among other things. And you're also a wizard. With the standard magical core and everything. Apparently. The wand definitely worked. Fascinating. Her eyes sparkled with genuine curiosity. Do the two systems interact? Does divine power enhance magical ability, or do they operate on separate tracks? Have you tested the theoretical limits of? Harry held up a hand. One question at a time. Please. Hermione flushed. Sorry. I get excited. My parents say it's my worst habit. It's not the worst thing in the world. Harry found himself smiling slightly. Just, maybe pace yourself. I can do that. She took a deep breath. Okay. One question. What's it like? Living under the ocean? Harry considered how to answer. How did you explain the palace to someone who'd never seen bioluminescence, never felt the pressure of miles of water, never heard the songs of whales or the silence of the deep trenches? Quiet, he said finally. Most of the time, it's very quiet. And dark. But not scary dark, comfortable dark. Like being wrapped in a blanket. He looked at his hands. I had to learn to be still, down there. To listen. The ocean doesn't care about your schedule or your plans. It moves when it moves, and you either adapt or you drown. That sounds. Hermione searched for the right word. Peaceful. Sometimes. Other times it's terrifying. There are things in the deep ocean that would make Voldemort look like a mild inconvenience. Harry shrugged. But it's home. Or it was. I'm not sure what Hogwarts is going to be. New, Hermione said decisively. It's going to be new. For both of us. She stuck out her hand. Partners. For navigating the newness. Harry looked at the offered hand. It was such a human gesture. Such a normal, mortal, utterly ordinary thing. Shake hands. Make friends. Be 11 years old and starting school. He took it. Partners, he agreed. Hermione's smile was bright enough to compete with sunlight. Harry found he didn't mind. The Hogwarts Express left from platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station on September 1st. Harry had arrived early, partly to avoid crowds, partly because he wanted to observe before committing. He stood in a shadow near the platform barrier, watching families say goodbye and students haul trunks and owls hoot from cages. This was really happening. He was really doing this. A hand touched his shoulder, and Harry spun, wand halfway drawn before he registered the familiar divine presence. Dad? Poseidon stood beside him, glamored to look like a tall, weathered fisherman. His eyes were still too blue, his presence still too heavy, but mortals walked past without noticing. The mist was doing its job. Couldn't let you leave without a proper goodbye, Poseidon said. His voice was rough. Amphitrite wanted to come, but she was worried about being recognized. Divine signatures and all that. Tell her I'll write. Every week. She'll hold you to that. Poseidon's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. You have everything. The pendant. The emergency trident. Dad. Harry turned to face his father properly. I have everything. I'm prepared. You made sure of that. I know. I just. Poseidon trailed off, looking uncomfortable in a way gods rarely did. This is hard. Letting you go. I thought I'd be better at it. You've been a god for millennia. You've watched civilizations rise and fall. And you're struggling with a kid going to boarding school? Those civilizations weren't my son. Poseidon pulled Harry into a hug, quick and fierce. Be safe. Be smart. And remember, I know. Come home. Don't let them change me. Trust my training. Harry hugged back just as tight. I love you, Dad. I love you too, kid. Poseidon released him, stepping back, his eyes suspiciously bright. Now go. Before I do something embarrassing like cry. Harry grinned. Wouldn't want that. He turned toward the platform barrier. Took a deep breath. And walked through. The Hogwarts Express was massive, a scarlet steam engine that somehow managed to look both antique and magical. Students swarmed the platform, shouting and laughing and generally being as chaotic as any group of children. Harry navigated through them with practiced ease, found an empty compartment near the back of the train, and settled in to wait. He'd barely closed the door when it opened again. There you are. Hermione squeezed through the gap, dragging her trunk behind her. I've been looking everywhere. Do you have any idea how many compartments this train has? All of them. Harry helped her stow the trunk overhead. I said I'd find us seats. You said you'd try. That's not the same thing. She dropped onto the bench across from him, already pulling a book from her bag. I met a boy on the platform. Ronald Weasley. His whole family has red hair and he has a pet rat and he seemed nice but also slightly terrified of you. Of me? Apparently there are rumors that you killed a sea monster when you were 8. Single-handedly. With your bare hands. Harry considered. It was a small sea monster. And I used a trident. Hermione stared at him. I can never tell when you're joking. That's part of my charm. The train lurched into motion. Fields began sliding past the window, green and ordinary and very much not underwater. Harry watched them go, feeling the miles stretch between him and everything he knew. Nervous? Hermione asked quietly. Yeah. There was no point lying about it. You. Terrified. But the good kind. She smiled. I've been waiting my whole life for this. To find out magic was real, to meet other people like me, to learn things that actually matter. My parents are dentists. Lovely people, very supportive, but they look at me sometimes like I'm speaking another language. Which, technically, I am. I get that. Harry leaned back against the seat. Different world. Same feeling. Exactly. Hermione's smile widened. Partners. Partners. The train carried them north, through countryside that grew wilder with every mile. At some point, the red-headed boy, Ron, poked his head into their compartment, was awkwardly introduced, and ended up staying because the rest of the train was full. He turned out to be funny and loyal and absolutely terrible at hiding his celebrity worship, which Harry found more endearing than annoying. They talked about houses. Ron wanted Gryffindor, Hermione claimed to have no preference but clearly wanted Ravenclaw. Harry didn't care as long as he wasn't bored. They talked about classes. Ron dreaded potions, Hermione was excited about everything, Harry was curious about how wizarding magic would interact with his divine abilities. They talked about food, when a cart came by, and Harry discovered that wizard candy was objectively insane and he needed to bring samples back to the palace immediately. It was nice. Normal. Almost like being a regular kid. The sun set. The train kept moving. And eventually, someone announced that they were approaching Hogsmeade Station. Right, Harry said, standing. Guess this is it. Remember, Hermione said, also standing, whatever house we end up in, we're still partners. That doesn't change. Agreed, Ron said quickly. Partners. Team. Whatever. Harry looked at his new friends, his first human friends, really, since he was 6 years old. Hermione with her fierce intelligence and relentless curiosity. Ron with his easy warmth and desperate desire to be seen as more than just another Weasley. Partners, he confirmed. The train stopped. Doors opened. Students flooded out into the night. Harry Potter, Perseus Harrison, Prince of the Seas, adopted son of Poseidon, stepped onto the platform and looked up at the castle looming in the distance. Hogwarts. It was smaller than his father's palace. Less impressive than the divine architecture he'd grown up with. But there was something about it, a weight to the air, a thickness to the magic, that made Harry's power sit up and pay attention. This place is old, he thought. Old and powerful and full of secrets. Good. He was excellent at uncovering secrets. Chapter 2, The Prince Goes to School, Fur's Years. Fur's years over here. The voice cut through the chaos of the platform like a foghorn through mist. Harry turned toward the sound and found himself staring at the largest human being he'd ever seen. The man had to be at least 8 feet tall, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that could have hidden a family of badgers. He was waving a lantern the size of a small child and grinning at the nervous first years with obvious delight. "That's Hagrid," Ron whispered. "Keeper of keys and grounds. My brothers say he's half-giant." Harry studied the man with new interest. Half-giant meant divine heritage somewhere in the bloodline, even if mortals had forgotten the connection. Giants were Gaia's children, after all, cousins to the gods, if very distant and usually hostile ones. This Hagrid carried echoes of that ancestry in every oversized bone. "Come on, then, don't be shy." Hagrid was herding students toward a fleet of small boats waiting at the edge of a vast black lake. "No more than 4 to a boat. Watch your step now." Hermione grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him forward before he could hang back and observe. Ron stumbled after them, nearly tripping over his own robes. They claimed a boat with seconds to spare, settling onto wooden benches that creaked ominously under even their slight weight. Everyone in. Hagrid had his own boat, which was visibly larger than the others and still looked too small for him. Right then, forward. The boats moved. Harry felt it immediately, not just the physical motion, but the magic propelling them. The lake itself was saturated with power, ancient enchantments layered so deep they'd become part of the water's essence. And something else. Something alive, down in the darkness below. He leaned over the edge of the boat, peering into the black depths. "Harry?" Hermione's voice was worried. "What are you doing?" "There's something down there." "What kind of something?" "Big." Harry could feel it now, a massive presence slowly becoming aware of him. Curious rather than hostile, but definitely paying attention. "Very big. And old. Older than the castle, I think." Ron went pale. "The giant squid. My brothers told me about it. They said it's friendly, but," the water beside their boat erupted. Students screamed. Boats rocked wildly. A tentacle the width of a tree trunk rose from the lake, water cascading off rubbery skin that gleamed in the moonlight. It hung there for a moment, swaying gently, and then, very deliberately, curled toward Harry like a cat seeking pets. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. Harry reached out and touched the tentacle. The squid's mind brushed against his, alien but not unfriendly. It was old. Incredibly old. It had been swimming this lake since before the castle existed, fed by magic and memory and the endless cycle of students who passed through its waters. It recognized Harry's divine heritage the way a dog recognized another dog, not consciously, but instinctively. "Hello," Harry thought at it. "Nice to meet you." The tentacle patted his head gently, leaving his hair damp and slightly slimy. Then it withdrew, sinking back beneath the surface without a ripple. Silence fell over the boats. "Did you just?" Hermione's voice was strangled. "Did you just pet the giant squid?" It seemed polite. "Harry." She stared at him with an expression caught between horror and fascination. You can't just, normal people don't, I'm not normal people. Obviously. Hagrid was watching them with raised eyebrows, but he didn't seem upset. If anything, he looked impressed. Well now, he called across the water, seems the squid's taken a liking to ya, Harry Potter. Can't say I've ever seen that before. Usually takes her a few years to warm up to students. Her. Oh, I. Been here since Salazar Slytherin's time, she has. Good old girl. Hagrid's grin returned. Right then, enough excitement. Look sharp, you'll get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec. The boats rounded a bend, and the castle came into view. Harry had grown up in Poseidon's palace. He'd seen architecture that defied physics, structures built from compressed water and living coral and the dreams of drowned sailors. He'd thought himself immune to being impressed by buildings. He was wrong. Hogwarts rose from the cliff face like it had grown there, towers and turrets reaching toward the stars, windows blazing with warm light against the darkness. It wasn't the size that caught him, it was the presence. The castle was alive in a way that had nothing to do with ghosts or enchantments. It had a personality. A weight. 1,000 years of accumulated existence pressing down on reality and saying I am here, I have always been here, I will be here when you are dust. Oh, Hermione whispered. Oh, it's beautiful. Even Ron, who'd grown up hearing stories about the place, seemed momentarily speechless. Harry just smiled. All right, he thought at the castle. You've got my attention. Let's see what you've got. The entrance hall was controlled chaos. First years milled around nervously while a stern-looking witch in emerald robes explained the sorting process. Harry caught words like hat and houses and your family for 7 years, but he was more focused on scanning the crowd. Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement beside him. Ron had gone slightly green. Potter. The voice came from behind. Harry turned smoothly, one hand drifting toward his wand, and found himself face to face with the blonde boy from Madame Malkin's. Up close, the kid looked like someone had carved him from expensive ice, pale skin, sharp features, gray eyes that held the casual superiority of inherited wealth. I'm Malfoy, the boy said. Draco Malfoy. Ron made a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Draco's eyes flickered to him, then dismissed him as irrelevant. I heard you've been living with creatures. Draco's lip curled slightly. Tragic, really. But I'm prepared to overlook it. The right sort of friends can help you make up for a rough start, and my family has connections everywhere that matters. The Malfoys have been advisors to ministers for generations. Is that so? I can help you, Potter. Guide you through all this. Draco gestured vaguely at the hall, at the other students, at the castle itself. Trust me, you'll need someone who understands how things work around here. Harry studied the boy for a long moment. Draco held his gaze without flinching, which suggested either courage or ignorance. Probably the latter. Let me make sure I understand, Harry said calmly. You're offering to be my friend. To help me navigate the social hierarchy of a school for children. In exchange for, what, exactly? For the prestige of being associated with me, obviously. Obviously. Harry tilted his head. And what do you bring to this arrangement? What skills, what knowledge, what capabilities make you valuable enough that I should want your guidance? Draco blinked. I told you. My family, your family isn't here. You are. And right now, all I see is a boy my own age who walked up to a stranger and immediately started bragging about his relatives. Harry let a hint of cold creep into his voice, the cold of deep ocean trenches, of water that had never seen sunlight. I grew up with gods, Malfoy. Actual gods. Beings who shaped continents and drowned civilizations. Do you really think I'm impressed by your father's political connections? The color drained from Draco's face. Here's my counter-offer, Harry continued. Prove you're worth knowing. Not your name, not your money, not your family, you. Show me something real, something earned, and maybe we'll talk. Until then, I have better things to do than listen to a child play at importance. He turned away, dismissing Draco as completely as Draco had dismissed Ron moments earlier. The other first-years were staring. Some looked shocked. A few looked delighted. Ron's expression had shifted from green to something approaching worship. That, he breathed, was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. He's going to be a problem now, Hermione said quietly. You humiliated him in front of everyone. Good. Harry shrugged. Maybe he'll learn something. The stern witch, Professor McGonagall, apparently, clapped her hands and called for attention. The sorting was about to begin. The Great Hall was exactly as ridiculous as Harry had expected. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students in color-coded robes. Candles floated overhead without any visible support. The ceiling showed a perfect replica of the night sky outside, stars twinkling through wisps of enchanted cloud. And at the far end, on a raised platform, the teachers sat at their own table, watching the first-years file in with expressions ranging from boredom to genuine interest. Harry scanned the staff automatically, cataloging threats. The tiny professor who looked like he might blow away in a strong wind. The woman covered in shawls and beads who radiated barely contained magical instability. The hook-nosed man in black robes who was staring at Harry with undisguised hatred. That last one was interesting. And in the center, seated on a golden chair that was definitely compensating for something, Albus Dumbledore. The old wizard looked exactly as Harry remembered from 5 years ago, long white beard, twinkling eyes, the carefully cultivated appearance of a kindly grandfather. But Harry had been trained by warriors who had lived for millennia. He could see the steel beneath the velvet. Dumbledore met his gaze across the hall. The twinkle intensified. Harry didn't look away. McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and set a battered old hat on top of it. The hat twitched, a rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. Harry listened with half an ear. Houses. Traits. Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. The hat made it sound simple, like children could be sorted into neat categories based on a single personality assessment. That's stupid, Harry thought. People are complicated. No one is just one thing. But he kept the observation to himself. When in Rome, or whatever. The song ended. Applause scattered through the hall. McGonagall unrolled a long scroll. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah. A nervous girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward. The hat dropped over her eyes, and there was a pause of several seconds before it shouted, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in cheers. More names. More sortings. Harry watched the process with analytical interest, noting how long the hat took with each student, which houses seemed to generate the most enthusiasm, which students looked confident versus terrified. Hermione was called early, the hat barely touched her head before screaming, Gryffindor, which seemed to surprise her but clearly pleased her. Malfoy, Draco. The blond boy swaggered forward like he owned the place. The hat had barely grazed his hair before it announced, Slytherin. Draco's smug expression as he joined the green and silver table made Harry want to roll his eyes. More names. The hook-nosed professor kept staring at Harry. Dumbledore kept twinkling. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked forward, keeping his pace steady and unhurried. Whispers exploded behind him, Potter, did she say Potter, the Harry Potter, but he ignored them. The stool was small. The hat was old. He sat down and let the brim drop over his eyes. Well, well, well. The voice was inside his head, dry and ancient and very, very interested. Now this is unusual. A divine blessing layered over a wizard's core. The son of the sea, walking into a castle of stone. What an interesting puzzle you are, Harry Potter. Harry kept his mental voice calm. Just tell me where I belong. Belong? You don't belong anywhere, child. That's part of what makes you fascinating. The hat's presence shifted through his memories, touching them lightly, the ocean palace, the training, the moment Poseidon pulled him from the water. Courage, yes, plenty of that. Intelligence too, well honed by excellent teachers. Loyalty that runs deeper than most realize. And ambition, oh my, the ambition. You want to be more than what they expect. More than the boy who lived, more than the prince of the seas, more than any role anyone tries to force on you. Is that a problem? Not at all. It's refreshing, actually. Most children your age haven't figured out who they are yet. You've figured out who you refuse to be. That's harder. The hat was quiet for a moment. Any preferences? Slytherin would help you achieve your goals, cunning and resources at your disposal. Ravenclaw would feed your mind. Gryffindor would give you allies who'd follow you into fire. Hufflepuff would teach you to build rather than conquer. What would you choose? I think you need to be challenged. Not intellectually, you've had plenty of that. Emotionally. Socially. You need to learn how to connect with people who don't live underwater, who haven't trained with gods, who are simply human in all the messy ways humans are. The hat's voice turned thoughtful. Gryffindor will do that. They'll drive you absolutely mad with their recklessness and their hearts-on-sleeves approach to everything. But they'll also teach you that vulnerability isn't weakness. That you can let people in without losing yourself. That sounds terrible. Growth usually does. The hat's presence gathered itself. Good luck, Harry Potter. You're going to need it. Gryffindor. The red and gold table exploded. Students were standing, cheering, the Weasley twins. Ron had pointed them out earlier, leading a chant of, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry removed the hat and walked toward his new house, his expression carefully neutral. He caught Dumbledore's eye as he passed the staff table. The old wizard smiled warmly. Harry didn't smile back. Dinner was overwhelming. The food appeared out of nowhere, mountains of roast chicken and beef and pork, bowls of vegetables, platters of potatoes in every possible configuration. Harry had grown up eating well, but wizard cuisine was its own category of excess. He picked at his plate, more interested in observing his new housemates than stuffing his face. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, interchangeable in appearance but not in energy, had immediately claimed seats on either side of him. They seemed less interested in his celebrity and more interested in his squid-petting abilities, which they viewed as valuable for future pranks. Think about it, Fred said earnestly. The squid as an inside agent. We could stage a fake attack on the Slytherin table, and she grabs Malfoy right out of his seat, George continued. Dunks him in the lake, and we're nowhere near the scene of the crime. The squid isn't a prop, Harry said dryly. She's a sentient being with her own agenda. The twins exchanged looks of pure delight. He said, her own agenda, Fred breathed. He's already anthropomorphizing her, George agreed. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Harry couldn't quite suppress a smile. Further down the table, Hermione was engaged in rapid-fire conversation with an older student about the curriculum. Ron was systematically working through every dish within reach, pausing occasionally to share facts about Hogwarts that were probably 80% wrong. A round-faced boy named Neville was trying not to look terrified. It was nice. Chaotic and loud and completely different from the measured elegance of the underwater palace, but nice. Then the food vanished and Dumbledore stood to speak. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. He sat back down. The hall applauded. Is he insane? Harry asked quietly. Very possibly, Percy Weasley, yet another one, Ron's older brother, this one with all the warmth of a tax document, answered primly. But he's also the greatest wizard of the age, so we tolerate it. Harry filed that information away. Calculated eccentricity, then. Dumbledore wanted people to underestimate him, to see the dotty grandfather instead of the man who had held the wizarding world together through 2 wars. Noted, Harry thought. Don't underestimate the crazy act. Dumbledore stood again to give actual announcements. The forest was forbidden, obviously. Magic in the corridors was prohibited between classes. Quidditch trials would be held in the 2nd week of term. And the 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to everyone who did not wish to die a very painful death. He's joking, right? Hermione whispered. He's not joking, Harry murmured back. Her eyes went wide. How do you know? Body language. Voice pattern. The way everyone at the staff table tensed when he said it. Harry's gaze drifted to the 3rd floor corridor's general direction. There's something up there. Something dangerous enough that Dumbledore felt the need to warn children away from it publicly, which means either he's genuinely concerned about student safety, or he wants people to investigate, Hermione finished. Oh, that's manipulative. Welcome to dealing with powerful old men. Harry smiled grimly. They're all like this. Trust me. The feast ended. Prefects began herding students toward dormitories. Harry let himself be swept along with the crowd, climbing staircases that moved, annoying, passing portraits that talked, weird, navigating corridors that definitely hadn't been there a second ago, concerning. Gryffindor Tower was hidden behind a portrait of a very large woman who demanded a password before letting anyone in. The common room beyond was warm and comfortable, all red armchairs and roaring fireplaces and the general vibe of a cozy den. The boys' dormitory was up a spiral staircase, 5 4-poster beds, trunks already arranged at the foot of each. Harry found his bed, the one furthest from the door, with the best sightlines, old habits, and sat down heavily. You all right? Ron had claimed the bed next to his. You've been quiet. Well, quieter than before. Which was already pretty quiet. Just thinking. About what? Harry looked around the room. Neville was already in bed, curtains drawn. The other 2 boys, Seamus and Dean, were arguing about football versus Quidditch. Everything was so normal. So aggressively, relentlessly ordinary. About how strange this all is, Harry said finally. I spent 5 years in a palace built from water and magic, training with beings older than human civilization. And now I'm in a boarding school dormitory worrying about password-protected paintings. Ron was quiet for a moment. Does it feel like a step down? No. Harry surprised himself with the honesty. It feels like a different world. Not better or worse. Just different. And I'm not sure which one I belong in anymore. Maybe both. Ron offered. I mean, you're you. Divine adoption doesn't change that. Having a famous scar doesn't change that. You're just Harry. Whoever that is. Whoever that is, Harry repeated softly. Ron clapped him on the shoulder with the easy affection of someone who'd grown up surrounded by siblings. Get some sleep, mate. First day of classes tomorrow. Plenty of time to have an identity crisis later. Harry huffed a laugh. Thanks. I think. Anytime. The candles dimmed. Snores began to fill the room. Harry lay in his 4-poster bed, staring at the ceiling, and tried to remember the last time he'd slept somewhere that wasn't surrounded by miles of water. It took a long time to drift off. The first week of classes was an exercise in frustration. Not because the material was difficult, Harry's tutors had covered most of the theoretical foundations years ago. Not because the teachers were bad, some of them were genuinely excellent, and even the mediocre ones knew their subjects. The frustration came from the pace. The endless, grinding slowness of education designed for children who had never encountered magic before. Transfiguration was interesting in principle. Professor McGonagall was strict but fair, her demonstrations elegant and precise. But the actual classwork, turning matches into needles, felt like being asked to crawl when you could already sprint. Charms was similar. Professor Flitwick was enthusiastic and clearly brilliant, but Wingardium Leviosa wasn't exactly challenging when you could already manipulate water with a thought. History of Magic was actively painful. Professor Binns was a ghost who had apparently died mid-lecture and simply never stopped teaching, which would have been impressive if his subject matter wasn't delivered in a monotone that could sedate a kraken. Herbology was fine. Defense against the dark arts was a joke. The professor, Quirrell, stuttered so badly he could barely finish a sentence, and he smelled like garlic for some reason that Harry didn't want to investigate. And then there was potions. Professor Snape hated Harry on sight. It wasn't subtle. The moment Harry walked into the dungeon classroom, Snape's eyes locked onto him with the intensity of a targeting system. The man didn't bother with introductions or welcomes, he launched straight into a speech about the subtle science of potion making, delivered in a silky voice that somehow made every word sound like a threat. Potter. Snape snapped, about 30 seconds into the lecture. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry met the professor's gaze calmly. The draught of living death. A powerful sleeping potion. Something flickered in Snape's expression. Surprise, maybe. Or annoyance that his ambush had failed. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It cures most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There isn't one. They're the same plant, also known as aconite. The dungeon had gone very quiet. Students were staring. Snape's lip curled. It seems fame has given you time to study, he said coldly. Let's see if your practical skills match your theoretical knowledge. They didn't. Oh, Harry could brew a potion. His tutors had made sure of that. But potion making required precision, patience, the willingness to follow instructions exactly without improvising. It was the magical equivalent of following a recipe, and Harry had never been good at following anything. His cure for boils came out functional but ugly, the color slightly off, the consistency thicker than it should have been. Snape sneered at it, vanished it with a wave of his wand, and assigned Harry detention for wasting ingredients. That's not fair, Hermione hissed as they left the dungeon. Your potion was fine. Better than half the class. He doesn't care about fair. Harry's voice was flat. He hates me. Has since the moment he saw me. But why? You've never met him before. I look like my father. Harry had done some research after that first class, digging through the Potter family documents Poseidon had acquired. Apparently James Potter and Severus Snape were rivals at school. Enemies, actually. And Snape was in love with my mother. Hermione's eyes went wide. Oh. Oh, that's complicated. Yeah. Harry shrugged. I remind him of someone he hated and someone he loved, both at once. I'd probably hate me too. That doesn't make it okay. No. But it makes it understandable. Harry glanced back at the dungeon stairs. Besides, if the worst thing I have to deal with at Hogwarts is a petty professor with a grudge, I'll count myself lucky. Halloween came faster than Harry expected. The days had started to blur together, classes, homework, avoiding the fan club that seemed determined to follow him everywhere, slowly mapping the castle's endless corridors. He'd found 3 secret passages, 2 hidden rooms, and 1 portrait that would only open if you insulted it in Mermish. The castle was testing him, revealing its secrets in dribs and drabs, and Harry was learning to appreciate its strange personality. He'd also made progress with his classmates. Hermione had become a permanent fixture, their partnership evolving into something that felt almost like genuine friendship. She challenged him intellectually in ways his underwater tutors never had, not because she was smarter, but because she thought differently, approached problems from angles he'd never considered. Ron was simpler but no less valuable. He grounded Harry, reminded him that not everything needed to be analyzed and strategized and planned. Sometimes you could just play chess. Ron was terrifyingly good at chess, or eat too many chocolate frogs or complain about homework like a normal 11-year-old. Neville was shy but kind, and Harry had taken to helping him with practicals since the boy's confidence issues seemed to sabotage his considerable natural talent. Dean and Seamus were loud and fun and gloriously uncomplicated. Even the twins had become allies of sorts, their chaotic energy a strange counterpoint to Harry's careful control. It almost felt like belonging. Halloween morning started normally. Breakfast, classes, the usual castle routine. But Harry noticed tension in the air, a thickness that had nothing to do with magic. The teachers were distracted. Dumbledore had missed breakfast entirely. Something was happening behind the scenes. That evening, the Great Hall was decorated with floating pumpkins and live bats, the house elves having apparently gone all out for the holiday. Harry was picking at his food. He still wasn't used to eating this much, this often, when Professor Quirrell burst through the doors. "Troll!" the man screamed. "Troll in the dungeon!" He stood there, swaying, eyes wild. "Thought you ought to know." Then he fainted dead away. Chaos erupted. Students screamed. Tables were knocked over. The carefully cultivated order of Hogwarts dissolved into a panic that would have been funny if it wasn't so pathetic. Harry stayed in his seat, watching, his mind already racing through possibilities. A troll. In the dungeon. On Halloween. The same night Dumbledore happens to be absent from breakfast. Too convenient. Way too convenient. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise, magically amplified. The panic stopped instantly. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, with me to the dungeons." Students began filing out. Harry moved with the crowd, but his thoughts were elsewhere. The third-floor corridor. The warning about painful death. Whatever was being protected up there, tonight would be the perfect night to steal it. "Harry." Hermione grabbed his arm. "Where's Ron?" Harry stopped. Looked around. The redhead was nowhere to be seen. "Bathroom," someone said. Seamus, looking worried. "He went to the bathroom right before dinner. Said he'd catch up." "Which bathroom?" Harry demanded. "The one near the dungeons, I think." Harry's blood went cold. The dungeons. Where the troll was. "Get to the tower," he told Hermione. "I'll find Ron. I'm coming with you." Hermione, partners, remember? Her jaw was set. "You said it yourself. Partners." There was no time to argue. Harry nodded once and broke away from the crowd, Hermione on his heels. They sprinted through corridors that seemed to stretch impossibly long, down staircases that kept trying to redirect them, past portraits that shouted warnings they didn't have time to hear. The smell hit them first. A horrible, overpowering stench that made Harry's eyes water. Then the sound, grunting, rhythmic thuds, something large moving clumsily through confined spaces. They rounded a corner and found the troll. It was 12 feet tall, covered in gray-green skin that looked like it had never seen sunlight. It carried a massive wooden club, dragging it along the floor, leaving gouges in the stone. And it was heading directly toward the bathroom where Ron had presumably been all through dinner. "Harry!" Ron's voice. Coming from behind a door that was rapidly splintering under the troll's assault. No time to think. Harry moved. Water burst from every pipe in the corridor, toilets, sinks, drainage systems that hadn't been used in centuries. It answered his call like a living thing, eager to obey after weeks of being ignored. Gallons of it, hundreds of gallons, rising from the floor and swirling around Harry in a vortex that blocked the troll's path. The creature stopped. Its tiny eyes blinked stupidly at the wall of water in front of it. "Ron!" Harry shouted. "Get out! Now!" The bathroom door burst open. Ron stumbled out, pale and shaking, his wand clutched uselessly in his hand. He stared at Harry, at the water, at the troll, and his mouth moved without producing sound. Hermione grabbed him. "This way! Move!" The troll decided it didn't like being challenged. It swung its club at the water wall, expecting it to splash harmlessly aside. Instead, the water caught the club, wrapped around it, froze solid in an instant. The troll's momentum carried it forward, off balance, and it crashed to the floor with a sound like a building collapsing. Harry didn't hesitate. The water surged again, this time wrapping around the creature's limbs, encasing them in ice thick enough to restrain a hippocampus. The troll roared, struggled, and found itself completely immobilized. Silence fell. Harry stood in the corridor, breathing hard, surrounded by the wreckage of his own power. Water dripped from the walls. Ice covered half the floor. The troll lay trussed up like a package, grunting and confused. "Harry." Hermione's voice was very small. "What, how did you?" "Divine heritage." The words came out flat. "Poseidon's son. Water obeys me." "You froze it. You froze the water." "I didn't know you could do that." "Neither did I, actually." Harry stared at his hands. They were shaking. First time. Footsteps thundered down the corridor. Teachers arrived. McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, recovered remarkably quickly from his fainting spell, Harry noted. They skidded to a halt at the scene, expressions shifting from alarm to confusion to stunned disbelief. "Explain," McGonagall demanded. "Now." Harry explained. "The bare facts, nothing more. Ron in danger. Troll attacking. Water as a weapon." He kept his voice calm, detached, like he was giving a mission report to his trainers. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. Snape's eyes burned with something that might have been suspicion. Quirrell was staring at Harry with an expression that didn't match his stuttering, timid persona at all. Interesting, Harry thought. Very interesting. 5 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said finally. For sheer foolishness. You should have come to a teacher immediately. Ron made a sound of protest. However, she continued, 5 points to Gryffindor for each of you, for pure dumb luck. Not many first years could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell about it. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Now get back to your dormitory. All of you. They got. The common room was buzzing when they arrived, rumors spreading faster than the truth could keep up. Harry let Ron handle the retellings. The boy was better at storytelling anyway, and he needed the confidence boost. Hermione sat beside Harry on a couch near the fire, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. You saved his life, she said quietly. You saved both of us. I did what anyone would do. No. Anyone would have panicked. Anyone would have run for a teacher. You, she shook her head. You walked toward a troll without hesitating. You fought it. With water. That you pulled out of nowhere. Out of the pipes, technically. Harry. He met her eyes. They were serious, searching, trying to understand something she couldn't quite articulate. I'm not just a wizard, he said. I'm not even mostly a wizard. The magic is there, yeah, but underneath it, I'm something else. Something that most people in this world have never seen. Tonight was a reminder of that. Does it scare you? Having that much power? Harry was quiet for a long moment. No, he said finally. What scares me is not using it. Holding back when people need help because I'm worried about standing out or breaking rules or making waves. He looked at his hands again, still slightly damp from the corridor. I spent 6 years being powerless. Helpless. Waiting for someone else to save me. That's never happening again. Hermione didn't say anything. She just reached out and took his hand, squeezing gently. They sat like that for a while, watching the fire, listening to Ron's increasingly exaggerated tale of the great troll battle. And for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry felt like maybe, just maybe, he'd found something worth staying for. The next few weeks were strange. Harry had expected backlash from the troll incident. Punishment for using inappropriate magic or dangerous abilities, or whatever euphemism the staff chose. Instead, he got nothing. No detention. No meetings with Dumbledore. Not even a letter home. It was almost like they were pretending it hadn't happened. That worried Harry more than anger would have. He threw himself into investigation. The third-floor corridor. Whatever was being guarded there. The troll had been a diversion, he was sure of it now, but a diversion from what? And for whom? Hermione joined his research without being asked. She'd become fascinated by the mystery, her analytical mind latching onto it like a puzzle that needed solving. They spent hours in the library, cross-referencing news articles, examining floor plans, theorizing about what could possibly require protection inside a school full of children. Nicholas Flamel, Hermione announced one evening, slamming a book down on their usual table. That's the connection. Harry looked up from his own research. Who? Nicholas Flamel. He's mentioned in passing in several historical texts, always in connection with alchemy. He was Dumbledore's partner in some experimental work decades ago. Her eyes were bright with discovery. He created the Philosopher's Stone. Harry knew that term. His tutors had mentioned it, a legendary alchemical artifact, supposedly capable of turning base metals into gold and producing the elixir of life. Most scholars believed it was a myth. If the stone exists, Harry said slowly, and if Dumbledore has it, then someone wants to steal it. Someone sent that troll as a distraction. Hermione's expression turned grim. And they're still here, Harry. In the castle. Waiting for another chance. Harry thought of Quirrell's oddly focused gaze in the corridor. Of Snape's constant hovering near the third floor. Of Dumbledore's convenient absences at critical moments. We need to find out who, he said. And we need to do it before they try again. Christmas break arrived before they made real progress. Harry faced a choice, stay at Hogwarts and continue investigating, or return to the palace and report to his father. In the end, duty won. Poseidon needed to know what was happening. The presence of a possibly immortality-granting artifact in a school full of children was the kind of thing that attracted divine attention, and not the good kind. You're coming back, right? Ron asked the night before the train left. He'd opted to stay at Hogwarts, his parents were visiting his brother in Romania, and seemed genuinely worried about being abandoned. I'll be back after New Year's, Harry promised. 2 weeks. That's all. 2 weeks is a long time. Time moves differently underwater. Harry smiled slightly. Trust me. It'll feel like nothing. Hermione had already left for her parents' house, extracting promises from Harry to write and to not do anything reckless without her. Ron made similar demands, with slightly less conviction about Harry's ability to follow them. The train ride back to London was quiet. Harry had a compartment to himself, his reputation had grown enough that most students gave him space now, unsure whether to worship or fear him. He watched the Scottish countryside roll past and tried to organize his thoughts. The Philosopher's Stone. The mysterious thief. Dumbledore's manipulations. Snape's hatred. Quirrell's false facade. And underneath it all, the prophecy that bound Harry to a dark wizard he'd already defeated once, 10 years ago. Too many pieces, Harry thought. Too many games being played at once. I need to figure out who's moving and who's being moved. He'd start with his father. Poseidon had resources, connections, thousands of years of experience reading plots and counterplots. Between the two of them, they could untangle this mess. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry collected his trunk, stepped onto the platform, and, Harry Potter. The voice was familiar in the worst possible way. Albus Dumbledore stood at the edge of the platform, twinkling like he'd been waiting all day. Beside him was a woman Harry didn't recognize, middle-aged, dressed in muggle clothes that didn't quite fit right, with an expression of forced enthusiasm. "Headmaster," Harry said carefully. "This is unexpected. I apologize for the surprise. I hoped we might have a word before you return to your residence." Dumbledore's smile never wavered. "You see, some concerns have been raised about your living situation. The ministry has questions. And this lovely woman, Mrs. Whitmore, from the Department of Magical Child Welfare, has been assigned to assess your guardianship status." Harry's hand drifted toward his pendant. "I have a guardian. A legal one. Recognized by the goblins and the divine laws both." "Ah, yes. Lord Poseidon." Dumbledore said the name like it was slightly amusing. "The thing is, Harry, the ministry doesn't technically recognize divine beings as legal guardians under the statute of secrecy. There are procedures. Protocols. We simply need to ensure that you're being properly cared for." Mrs. Whitmore stepped forward, her smile too wide. "Just a few questions, dear. Nothing invasive. We want what's best for you." Harry looked at her. Looked at Dumbledore. Felt the water in the pipes beneath the station, ready to answer his call. "No." The single word hung in the air. "Harry," Dumbledore began. "I said no." Harry's voice dropped to something cold and flat. "I will not be assessed by your ministry. I will not answer questions about my home. And I will not be separated from my family by bureaucratic tricks dressed up as concern. We're not trying to separate you from anyone, then why bring a child welfare officer to ambush me at a train station?" Harry stepped forward, and the lights in the station flickered. "I know what you're doing, Dumbledore. I've known since you visited the palace when I was 6. You want me back under your control. Under your influence. Ready to be shaped into whatever weapon you need for your war." Mrs. Whitmore's smile had frozen. She was looking at the lights, at the water beginning to seep from cracks in the floor, at the 11-year-old boy whose eyes had started to glow faintly seafoam blue. "That's not going to happen," Harry continued. "I am the adopted son of Poseidon, Lord of the Seas. I am a prince of the divine realm. And if you try to take me from my family, through laws or through force, you will discover exactly what that means." Silence. Then Dumbledore sighed, and for just a moment, the twinkle faded. What remained was something old and tired and genuinely sad. "I'm not your enemy, Harry. I never was. I made mistakes, terrible mistakes, but I've only ever wanted to protect you. Then stop trying to control me." Harry held the old man's gaze. "Protect me by giving me the truth. By treating me as an ally instead of a piece on your board. Otherwise, we're done." He turned and walked away. Neither Dumbledore nor Mrs. Whitmore tried to stop him. The palace was exactly as Harry remembered. Bioluminescent coral. Impossible architecture. The comforting pressure of miles of water between him and the surface world. Home. Amphitrite met him in the entrance hall, pulling him into a hug before he could even speak. "You're thinner," she said accusingly. "Don't they feed you at that school?" "They feed me plenty. I just don't like most of it." "We're fixing that immediately. I've had the kitchens prepare all your favorites." Harry let himself be fussed over. It was nice, after months of performing for strangers, to be somewhere that expectations didn't exist. Amphitrite wasn't his biological mother, but she'd earned the title in every way that mattered. Poseidon found him later, in the training arena where Harry had spent countless hours before Hogwarts. His father didn't ask questions, just handed Harry a practice trident and took a stance opposite him. They sparred. It was brutal and beautiful, the kind of combat that would have terrified any normal observer. Water became weaponry, pressure became force, every movement designed to exploit weaknesses that only millennia of experience could identify. Harry lost, of course. He always lost against his father. But he lasted longer than before, adapted faster, forced Poseidon to actually work for the victory. "You've improved," Poseidon said afterward, barely winded. Harry lay on his back, gasping. "Thanks. And you've been holding back." "At school. Had to. They're not ready to see what I can really do." "Show me." Harry hesitated. Then he reached for his power, all of it, not just the careful trickle he allowed himself around mortals, and let it loose. The palace shook. Water answered from everywhere, pulled by a will that had been caged too long. It swirled around Harry in patterns that had nothing to do with physics, formed shapes and weapons and barriers without conscious direction. His eyes blazed blue. His body lifted off the ground, suspended by currents that existed only for him. Poseidon watched. When Harry finally let go, dropping back to the arena floor, his father was smiling. "That's my son," Poseidon said quietly. "That's what you really are." "I know." Harry looked at his hands. "I just don't know what to do with it." "You'll figure it out. You always do." They talked then. Really talked, for hours, about Hogwarts and Dumbledore and the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone. Poseidon listened without interrupting, his expression growing darker as the pieces fell into place. "Someone is hunting the stone," he said finally. "And they're using your school as a hunting ground." "I think so, yeah." "Do you have suspects?" "Two." Harry ticked them off on his fingers. "Snape, he has means and opportunity, hates me personally, and was seen skulking around the third floor. But it feels too obvious. He's an easy target, which makes me suspicious." "And the second?" "Quirrell. The defense professor. He's supposed to be timid and incompetent, but the night of the troll attack, I saw his face. Just for a second. There was something there, Dad. Something wrong. Something hidden." Poseidon nodded slowly. "Trust your instincts. They've served you well before. There's something else." Harry took a breath. "I had a dream. The night after Halloween. I was walking through a forest of dead trees, and there was a voice calling to me. Offering power. Offering freedom. It felt ancient. Older than the gods." His father went very still. "Describe the voice." "Deep. Like it was coming from underground. From everywhere at once." Harry shivered. "It knew my name. Both my names. And it said I was the bridge. That I could unlock the doors." Poseidon's face had gone pale. For a god, that was almost impossible. "Kronos," he said. The name hit Harry like ice water. "The Titan? But I thought, wasn't he destroyed? Scattered? Titans don't die, Harry. They can be imprisoned, weakened, scattered across Tartarus in pieces too small to think. But they don't die." Poseidon's voice was grim. "And Kronos has been stirring for years now. Reaching out to anyone who might serve his return. Your unique nature, divine and mortal and magical all at once, makes you valuable to him. What does he want from me? The same thing he wants from everyone. Chaos. Destruction. The end of the world as it exists." Poseidon gripped Harry's shoulder. "Stay away from his whispers. Don't engage, don't respond, don't even acknowledge that you hear him. He's patient. He'll try to seduce you slowly, make it feel like your own choice. Don't let him." "I won't. Promise me." Harry met his father's eyes. I promise. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of ancient evil pressing down on them both. Well, Poseidon said finally, forcing lightness into his voice. At least your first semester at school has been eventful. Harry laughed, surprising himself. Yeah. You could say that. Come on. Your mother has prepared a feast, and she'll be offended if we're late. They walked toward the palace together, father and son, prince and god. Above them, miles of ocean separated them from the troubles of the surface world. But Harry knew it was only temporary. The problems would still be there when he returned. The mysteries. The enemies. The prophecy that bound his fate to a madman's. But for now, he was home. That would have to be enough. Chapter 3, Salt and Spellwork. Harry returned to Hogwarts on January 3rd with a suitcase full of underwater delicacies and a head full of warnings. Kronos. The Titan Lord. Father of the gods, eater of children, prisoner of Tartarus. Apparently stirring in his ancient prison, reaching through dreams to find allies among the living. And somehow, impossibly, interested in Harry. Just what I needed, Harry thought as the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Another ancient evil obsessing over me. One Dark Lord wasn't enough. The castle was quiet when he arrived, most students still trickling back from holiday. Harry made his way to Gryffindor Tower through corridors that felt different now, emptier, more watchful. The portraits seemed to track his movement with unusual attention. The suits of armor creaked as he passed. The castle knows, he realized. It knows something's wrong. The common room was nearly deserted. Only a few seventh years huddled near the fire, working on essays they'd clearly put off until the last possible moment. Harry climbed to the dormitory, found his bed, and collapsed onto it without bothering to unpack. Sleep came fast. And with it, the dreams. He stood in darkness. Not the comfortable darkness of the deep ocean, this was different. Older. The kind of darkness that existed before light was invented. It pressed against him from all sides, thick and hungry. Little Prince. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It vibrated through Harry's bones, made his teeth ache. You came back. I wondered if you would. Harry said nothing. His father's warning echoed in his mind. Don't engage. Don't respond. Don't acknowledge. Your father's advice. Amusement colored the words. Poseidon always was cautious. A necessary trait, I suppose, when you've spent millennia waiting for your father to escape and devour you. Silence. You can ignore me, little prince. For now. But we both know you'll listen eventually. You're curious, it's in your nature. You want to understand what you are. Why you exist. What role you're meant to play in the great tapestry of fate. The darkness shifted. For just a moment, Harry caught a glimpse of something massive. Golden eyes the size of moons. A mouth that could swallow worlds. I can give you answers. Truth. Purpose. All you have to do is listen. Harry forced himself to wake up. He came back to consciousness gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat that had nothing to do with temperature. The dormitory was still dark, pre-dawn light barely filtering through the windows. Ron's snores rattled from the next bed. Everything normal. Everything fine. Harry pressed his palm against his chest, feeling his heartbeat slowly return to normal. Just a dream, he told himself. Just a dream. But he didn't go back to sleep. Classes resumed the next day, and Harry threw himself into them with an intensity that surprised his professors. It wasn't that he'd suddenly developed a love for academic work. It was distraction. Every waking moment spent on transfiguration theory or potion formulas or the 13 uses of dragon's blood was a moment not spent thinking about golden eyes in the darkness. McGonagall noticed first. Mr. Potter, she said after class one afternoon, a word. Harry lingered while the other students filed out, his expression carefully neutral. You've improved significantly since the holidays. McGonagall's tone was measured. Your practical work especially. The vanishing spell you performed today was at least 2 years ahead of curriculum. I practiced over break. I see. She studied him with sharp eyes. And this practice, would it have anything to do with the bags under your eyes? The way you flinch at sudden noises? The fact that you haven't smiled once since returning to school? Harry said nothing. I'm not your enemy, Mr. Potter. Whatever you've learned to expect from authority figures, I am genuinely interested in your well-being. She paused. If something is troubling you, I can help. Or at least listen. For a moment, Harry considered telling her. About Kronos. About the dreams. About the ancient evil that had apparently decided to make him a personal project. But what would that accomplish? McGonagall was powerful for a witch, but she was still mortal. Still limited. What could she possibly do against a Titan? I appreciate the concern, Professor. But I'm fine. McGonagall didn't look convinced. Very well. But my door is open, should that change. Harry nodded and left before she could press further. The library became his sanctuary. Not for the books, though those were useful enough, but for the quiet. The library had rules. No talking above a whisper. No food or drink. No casual socializing. It was one of the few places in Hogwarts where Harry could exist without being watched, analyzed, judged. Hermione found him there on the third day back, buried behind a fortress of texts on advanced defensive magic. There you are. She dropped into the chair across from him without asking permission. Ron said you've been disappearing for hours. He's worried. Ron worries about everything. Ron barely worries about exams. If he's concerned about you, something's wrong. Harry kept his eyes on his book. Nothing's wrong. Liar. That made him look up. Hermione's expression was stubborn, her jaw set in that particular way that meant she wasn't backing down. Something happened over Christmas, she continued. I don't know what, but you came back different. Harder. Like you're bracing for impact. She leaned forward. We're partners, remember? That means you don't get to shut me out when things get difficult. Harry closed his book slowly. The library was empty except for a few Ravenclaws at the far end, too absorbed in their own work to eavesdrop. Have you ever heard of Kronos? He asked quietly. Hermione frowned. The Greek Titan. Father of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Supposedly overthrown during the Titanomachy and imprisoned in Tartarus. That's the one. What about him? He's talking to me. In dreams. Harry watched her expression shift from confusion to alarm. Apparently my unique nature makes me valuable to him somehow. A bridge, he called me. Someone who can unlock doors. Harry, my father warned me not to engage. Not to respond, not to acknowledge. Just ignore it and hope he loses interest. He laughed bitterly. Because that's worked so well with every other ancient evil that's decided to obsess over me. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was steady despite the fear Harry could see in her eyes. What do you need? What? You've got a Titan trying to recruit you. That's beyond anything I've ever read about, beyond anything the wizarding world probably even remembers. So what do you need? Research? Support? Someone to help you stay awake so you don't dream? Harry stared at her. You're not running away. Why would I run away? Because this is insane. Because normal people don't deal with stuff like this. Because being my friend apparently means getting dragged into conflicts between forces that could destroy the world. Partners, Hermione said firmly. That means something. And if you think I'm going to abandon you just because the stakes got higher, you don't know me at all. Something tight in Harry's chest loosened slightly. He hadn't realized how much he'd been dreading this conversation. How certain he'd been that Hermione would take one look at the scope of his problems and decide she wanted no part of it. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Don't thank me. Help me understand." She pulled out a notebook and quill, dropping into research mode. "Start from the beginning. Tell me everything about these dreams. We're going to figure this out together." Harry did. The investigation into the Philosopher's Stone continued in parallel. Their working theory had solidified over the holiday break. Someone, probably Quirrell, possibly Snape, was trying to steal the stone from its hiding place on the 3rd floor. The troll on Halloween had been a diversion, failed because the teachers responded too quickly. Whoever was behind it would try again. "We need more information," Hermione said during one of their research sessions. "About the stone, about its protections, about who besides Dumbledore knows where it is." "Hagrid," Harry said. "He was the one who collected it from Gringotts before school started." Ron mentioned it. His brother Charlie told him about some secret mission Hagrid was running for Dumbledore. "Then we talked to Hagrid. He won't tell us anything. He's loyal to Dumbledore. He might let something slip accidentally." Hermione's smile was slightly predatory. People always underestimate how much they reveal when they're trying not to reveal anything. They visited Hagrid that weekend, bringing rock cakes they had no intention of eating and innocent questions designed to probe for weaknesses. The gamekeeper's hut was cluttered and warm, dominated by an enormous boarhound named Fong who immediately tried to drown Harry in drool. Hagrid bustled around making tea while they settled into chairs that were far too large for 11-year-olds. "Good to see ya, Harry," Hagrid said warmly. "Heard ya went home fair Christmas. How's your dad? Lord Poseidon, I mean. Never thought I'd meet a real god, well, not meet exactly, but know someone who knows one. He's well. Sends his regards." Harry accepted a cup of tea that could have doubled as a bathtub. "Actually, we wanted to ask you something. About Halloween." Hagrid's expression flickered. "Halloween? The troll. We've been trying to figure out how it got in. The castle's supposed to be protected, isn't it?" "Oh, well, yeah, it is. Course it is. Dumbledore's got all sorts of enchantments." Hagrid stopped himself. "Why d'ya want to know?" "Curiosity," Hermione said sweetly. "We almost died, after all. It seems reasonable to want to understand how that happened." "Yeah, didn't almost die. Harry handled it brilliantly, from what I heard." But Hagrid was shifting uncomfortably now, avoiding their eyes. "Look, there's things I can't talk about. School business. Dumbledore's orders." "We're not asking about school business," Harry said. "Just the troll. Did anyone figure out how it got into the dungeons?" "Someone let it in," Hagrid blurted. "That's what the teachers think. Someone inside the castle." Hermione and Harry exchanged glances. "Someone," Hermione repeated. "A student?" "Couldn't say. Shouldn't have said that much, actually." Hagrid looked genuinely distressed now. "Look, yeah, two need to stop poking around in this. It's dangerous. And it's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." Harry said quietly. Hagrid went pale. "How d'ye know about Flamel?" "Research. The same research that told us what the Philosopher's Stone does and why someone might want to steal it." Harry leaned forward. "We're not trying to get you in trouble, Hagrid. But something's wrong at this school, and pretending otherwise isn't going to protect anyone." The gamekeeper was silent for a long moment. Fong whined and pressed against his leg. "Yerry right," Hagrid said finally. "Something is wrong. Has been since summer. But Dumbledore's handling it. He's got the stone protected, got all sorts of enchantments guarding it, contributions from all the teachers. No one's getting through. What kind of enchantments? Can't tell ya that. Can't tell ya anything else, either. Hagrid's voice firmed. You're just kids. This isn't your fight. Let the adults handle it. The adults, Harry thought sourly, have been doing such a fantastic job so far. But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he finished his tea, made small talk about Hagrid's pumpkin patches and general castle gossip, and left with Hermione when it became clear they'd extracted all the information they were going to get. That wasn't nothing, Hermione said as they walked back toward the castle. We know the teachers each contributed a protection. We know Dumbledore's aware something's wrong. And we know the insider theory, someone inside the castle let that troll in. Quirrell, Harry said. It has to be Quirrell. Maybe. But we need proof before we do anything with that. So we watch him. Track his movements, see if he does anything suspicious. Hermione nodded. And in the meantime, we keep researching. The stone, the protections, everything. She glanced at him. And the Chronos situation. We're not dropping that either. Wouldn't dream of it. They reached the castle doors and paused. The January air was bitter, wind cutting through their robes, but neither moved to go inside. Harry, Hermione said quietly. When Chronos speaks to you, what does it feel like? Harry considered the question. Heavy. Like pressure from all sides. And old, incredibly old. Like he remembers a time before anything we know existed. He shook his head. It's hard to describe. There's no frame of reference for something that ancient. Is it tempting? What he offers? No. The answer came immediately, instinctively. Power for its own sake doesn't interest me. I have power. More than I know what to do with, honestly. What I want is. He trailed off, searching for words. Purpose. Meaning. The feeling that I'm doing something that matters. And Chronos can't offer that. Chronos wants to destroy everything. Burn the world down and rebuild it in his image. That's not purpose. That's just another kind of emptiness. Hermione studied him for a moment, then nodded. Good. Hold on to that. They went inside together. January bled into February, and Harry's routine crystallized into something almost manageable. Mornings were for classes, where he continued to excel in ways that alternately pleased and disturbed his professors. McGonagall had started giving him extra assignments, treating his theoretical work as Newt-level material. Flitwick had drafted him as a teaching assistant for struggling students, convinced that Harry's unique perspective could help bridge gaps that traditional instruction couldn't. Even Snape had been forced to grudgingly acknowledge Harry's competence, though his hatred remained undimmed. Afternoons were for training. The Room of Requirement, a magical space that appeared when needed and configured itself to suit the user, had become Harry's private gym. He'd discovered it by accident, searching for a place to practice without observation, and it had delivered exactly what he needed, an arena-sized space with water features, training dummies, and complete privacy. He pushed himself hard. Harder than he had at the palace, even. Every session left him exhausted, magic depleted, muscles aching. But the progress was undeniable. His control had never been better. His reaction time had never been faster. And the power, the raw, terrifying power that lived beneath his surface, had never been more accessible. Evenings were for research and socializing. The library with Hermione, working through increasingly obscure texts about wards and protections and ancient magic. The common room with Ron, playing chess and talking about nothing important. Occasional visits to Hagrid, carefully maintaining the friendship while fishing for more information. It wasn't sustainable. Harry knew that. He was running on adrenaline and stubbornness, sleeping only when his body absolutely demanded it, and even then plagued by dreams he refused to acknowledge. Something was going to break eventually. Something broke in mid-February. The Slytherin-Gryffindor Quidditch match was supposed to be entertainment. A distraction from the constant tension. Harry wasn't on the team, first years weren't allowed their own brooms, and anyway he had no particular interest in chasing balls around on a stick, but Ron had been desperate for company, and Hermione had threatened to physically drag him if he tried to spend another Saturday in the library. So Harry sat in the stands, wrapped in red and gold, watching teenagers play a game he didn't understand and pretending to care about the score. It happened during the second half. One moment, the Gryffindor seeker was diving toward a glint of gold near the ground. The next, his broom jerked violently sideways, throwing him into an uncontrolled spin. The crowd gasped. Teachers rose from their seats. And Harry felt it. Magic. Dark magic, thick and oily, radiating from somewhere in the staff section. Someone was cursing the broom, trying to throw the seeker off, and the signature was unmistakable. Not Snape. Quirrell. Harry didn't think. He reached for the water in the air, always present, even in cold weather, and pulled. Hard. A gust of concentrated moisture slammed into Quirrell from the side, breaking his concentration just long enough for the curse to falter. The seeker regained control, pulled out of his dive, and rose back to safe altitude. In the chaos, no one noticed the defense professor wiping his face and searching the crowd with murder in his eyes. Except Harry. Their gazes met across the pitch. For just a moment, Quirrell's mask slipped completely. What looked back at Harry wasn't timid or fearful or incompetent. It was something else entirely. Something hungry and ancient and wrong. Then the mask snapped back into place, and Quirrell was stuttering again, looking confused about the sudden splash of water on his face. But Harry had seen. He knew. We have to tell someone. Ron paced the room of requirement, too agitated to sit. Hermione was already seated, her notebook open, scribbling notes with the intense focus she brought to every problem. Tell them what? Harry remained still, cross-legged on a cushion, his voice calm despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. That I felt dark magic coming from Quirrell's direction. That I used water to disrupt a curse that no one else noticed. They'd think I was paranoid. Or worse, they'd start asking questions about what exactly I can do. You can't just ignore this. He tried to kill someone. I'm not ignoring it. I'm being strategic. Harry looked at Hermione. What do we know? What can we prove? She consulted her notes. Quirrell has been acting suspicious since at least the troll incident. He maintains a facade of incompetence that doesn't match his academic credentials. He was apparently a brilliant theoretical defense scholar before taking the Hogwarts position. He wears a turban that he never removes, supposedly due to trauma from an encounter with a vampire in Albania. She frowned. That last bit is interesting. Albania has significant dark magic history. And today? Today you felt dark magic coming from his direction during the curse. But there were other people in that section. Snape was there too, wasn't he? Snape was muttering under his breath, Ron said. I saw him. Could have been a counter curse. Or could have been the original curse. Hermione shook her head. We don't have enough evidence to accuse either of them definitively. And accusing a teacher without proof would destroy any credibility we have. Harry stood and walked to the water feature the room had provided. He let his hand trail through the surface, feeling the liquid respond to his presence. We need to force his hand, he said quietly. Make Quirrell reveal himself before he can do any more damage. How? The stone. That's what he wants. If we figure out when he's going to make his move, we can catch him in the act. Ron stopped pacing. You want to use the Philosopher's Stone as bait? It's already bait. Dumbledore set this whole thing up as a trap, I'm more certain of that than ever. He wants the thief to try for the stone. He wants to catch them. Harry turned to face his friends. All we're doing is being present when it happens. That's insane, Ron said flatly. That's actually insane. You want to confront a professor who's apparently willing to commit murder? And you think that's a good plan? I think it's the only plan. Unless you want to keep waiting and watching while more people get hurt. Hermione was quiet, her expression troubled. There's something else, she said finally. Something I've been thinking about since your Chronos dream started. What? The prophecy. The one Dumbledore mentioned, about you and Voldemort. One cannot live while the other survives. She met Harry's eyes. What if Quirrell isn't working alone? What if he's working for Voldemort? The room went very still. That's, Ron started. Think about it. Hermione's voice was steady despite the horror of what she was suggesting. Quirrell went to Albania. Voldemort was last seen in Eastern Europe, according to some sources. Quirrell comes back changed, fearful, stuttering, wearing a turban he never removes. And now he's trying to steal an artifact that grants immortality. She swallowed. What if Voldemort's attached himself to Quirrell somehow? Possessing him or controlling him? Harry felt cold. Not the comfortable cold of deep water, something else. Something that had nothing to do with temperature. If you're right, he said slowly, then this isn't just about the stone. This is about Voldemort coming back. Permanently. Which makes it even more important that we stop him. Hermione's jaw set. We can't let that happen, Harry. Whatever it takes. Ron looked between them, pale but resolute. Partners, he said. Right? That's what we are. Partners, Harry confirmed. Then I'm in. Even if it's insane. They started planning. The dream that night was different. Harry stood in the darkness again, but this time there was light. Faint, distant, like stars seen from the bottom of a well. The voice came from somewhere beyond the light. You've discovered Voldemort's pawn. Harry said nothing. Don't engage. Don't respond. That's good. It shows awareness. Perception. The ability to see threats that others miss. Kronos' voice was almost gentle. You'll need those qualities in the days to come. Silence. He's going to try for the stone soon. Voldemort grows impatient in his desperation. He spent a decade as shadow and whisper, clinging to existence by the thinnest of threads. The stone would give him substance again. Form. Power. Harry still didn't respond, but he listened. He couldn't help it. You could stop him. You alone, among all the children in that castle, have the ability. Divine power, mortal magic, the cunning of the sea, it's all there, waiting to be unleashed. The voice turned silky. But you won't. Not fully. You'll hold back, afraid of what you might become if you truly let go. You don't know anything about me. I know everything about you, little prince. I've watched your kind for eons, the demigods, the heroes, the mortals touched by divinity. You all struggle with the same fear. The terror that if you embrace your full potential, you'll lose your humanity. Your connection to the fragile, fleeting things that make existence meaningful. The golden eyes appeared in the darkness, closer now. Let me tell you a secret. That fear is a lie. Power doesn't corrupt, it reveals. It shows you who you always were beneath the masks you wear for others. And what you are, Harry Potter, is magnificent. Harry woke up. He was shaking. Not from fear, something worse. Something that felt almost like agreement. He's wrong, Harry told himself fiercely. He's manipulating me. That's what Titans do. But the words felt hollow. Triton arrived the next morning. Harry was eating breakfast, or rather, pushing food around his plate while trying not to fall asleep, when he felt the familiar divine presence. He looked up just as the doors of the great hall burst open and his half-brother strode in like he owned the place. Chaos erupted. Students screamed. Teachers drew wands. Dumbledore rose from his seat, power gathering around him like a storm. But Triton ignored all of it, walking straight toward the Gryffindor table with an expression of profound irritation. "Brother," he said, stopping in front of Harry. "We need to talk. Now." "No, next century." "Yes, now." Harry sighed and stood. "It's fine," he called to the panicking students. "He's family." Sort of. Sort of." Triton looked offended. "I'll have you know, not here." Harry grabbed his brother's arm and pulled him toward the doors. "Outside. Before you start a war." They made it into the entrance hall before Dumbledore caught up with them. "Mr. Potter." The headmaster's voice was calm but carried an edge. "Would you care to explain why a divine being has just entered my school without permission? He's my brother. Half-brother. And he wouldn't be here unless it was important." Harry glanced at Triton. "Right? Very important." Triton's irritation had faded into something more serious. "Father sent me." "There's been developments." "What kind of developments?" "The kind we can't discuss in front of mortals." Triton shot a pointed look at Dumbledore. "No offense." "None taken." But the old wizard's eyes had sharpened. "Perhaps we could continue this conversation in my office?" "I assure you, my privacy wards are more than adequate for sensitive matters." Harry considered refusing. The less Dumbledore knew about divine politics, the better. But Triton had come to Hogwarts, openly, publicly, which meant whatever news he carried was urgent enough to justify the exposure. "Fine," Harry said. "Lead the way." Dumbledore's office was a masterwork of calculated eccentricity. Strange silver instruments cluttered every surface, making soft whirring sounds. Portraits of previous headmasters pretended to sleep on the walls. A magnificent phoenix perched on a golden stand, regarding Harry with eyes that held ancient intelligence. And everywhere, on shelves, in cabinets, tucked into corners, objects of power. Real power, not the theatrical kind. Harry could feel them humming against his senses. "Please, sit." Dumbledore gestured to chairs that hadn't been there a moment ago. "Lemon drop?" "No." "Well then, Lord Triton, I assume that's the correct form of address. What brings you to Hogwarts?" Triton remained standing. "Zeus has issued an ultimatum." Harry went cold. "What kind of ultimatum?" "The kind that comes with thunderbolts attached." Triton's voice was grim. "He's claiming that Father's adoption of you violated ancient laws regarding mortal interference. That your presence in the divine realm constitutes a threat to the balance of power. He's demanding that Father renounce your adoption and return you to mortal custody. And if Father refuses? War." The word hung in the air. "Not immediate, Zeus isn't that stupid. But sanctions. Blockades. The kind of pressure that escalates until someone breaks." Harry's hands had clenched into fists without his conscious decision. "This is about me specifically? Or is this just Zeus using me as an excuse to go after Poseidon?" "Both, probably. But mostly you." Triton met his brother's eyes. "Harry, your nature, the combination of divine blessing and mortal magic, it's unprecedented. You're something that shouldn't exist according to the old laws. Some gods see that as fascinating. Others see it as dangerous. And Zeus? Zeus sees it as a challenge to his authority. You're powerful in ways that don't fit the categories he understands. And Zeus destroys everything he doesn't understand." Dumbledore cleared his throat. "If I may, this ultimatum, does it have a deadline?" Triton glanced at the old wizard with something approaching respect. "Summer solstice. Zeus has given Father until then to comply. If he doesn't, divine civil war." Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful. "With Harry as the catalyst." "Yes." Harry stood abruptly, walked to the window, and stared out at the grounds. Snow still covered the lawns, white and pristine, deceptively peaceful. What does father want me to do? Nothing. Triton moved to stand beside him. He's handling it. Building alliances, preparing defenses. He wanted you to know because you deserve to know, not because he expects anything from you. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Triton's voice softened. Listen to me. You're 11 years old, powerful, yes, but still a child. This isn't your fight. Let the gods sort out their own messes. Their messes involve me. Which is exactly why you need to stay out of it. If you get involved, you become a piece on the board. Something to be captured or destroyed or leveraged. He gripped Harry's shoulder. Stay at school. Finish your year. Be a normal kid for as long as you can. That's the best thing you can do right now. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to insist that he could help, that hiding wasn't the same as safety, that putting his head in the sand wouldn't make the storm go away. But he looked at his brother's face, tired, worried, carrying burdens that had nothing to do with Harry's problems, and swallowed his protests. Okay, he said quietly. I'll stay. Triton's relief was visible. Thank you. But I want updates. Regular ones. If things change, if the situation escalates, you'll know. I promise. Triton pulled him into a brief, awkward hug. Take care of yourself, little brother. The ocean needs its prince. Then he was gone, dissolving into mist that smelled of salt and distant storms. Harry stood at the window for a long moment after, feeling the weight of everything he'd just learned settling onto his shoulders. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Would you like to talk about it? No. Very well. But if you change your mind, I won't. Harry turned and left the office without another word. The news about Zeus's ultimatum spread through the divine realm faster than wildfire, but Hogwarts remained blissfully ignorant. To most students and staff, Harry Potter was just an unusually talented first year with a mysterious past and a tendency toward trouble. They didn't know about Titans or divine politics or the fact that Olympus was potentially months away from civil war. Harry preferred it that way. He returned to his routine, classes, training, research, with renewed intensity. If he couldn't directly affect the divine conflict, he could at least prepare himself for whatever fallout might come. Stronger, faster, more controlled. By the time summer arrived, he would be ready for anything. Or so he told himself. The weeks passed. February became March. The snow melted, revealing grounds that were slowly returning to life. Harry's dreams continued, Kronos whispering, offering, probing for weaknesses, but he'd learned to wake himself before the conversations went too far. And then, one evening in late March, everything changed. Harry was in the library with Hermione, working through a particularly dense text on ward breaking, when Ron burst through the doors. Hagrid, Ron gasped, clearly having run the whole way. Hagrid's got a dragon. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks. A dragon, Hermione repeated flatly. A dragon. A real one. An egg. He won it in a card game and now it's hatching and he wants us to come see. Ron was practically vibrating with excitement. Come on. They went. Hagrid's hut was sweltering, the fire burning so hot that Harry could feel it before they even opened the door. Inside, the gamekeeper was bent over his table, cooing at something Harry couldn't see. Isn't he beautiful? Hagrid breathed as they approached. Look at him. Just look. The dragon was the size of a small cat, covered in black scales that gleamed wetly in the firelight. It had already managed to set one of Hagrid's towels on fire and was currently trying to eat his oven mitts. Hagrid, Hermione said weakly. That's a Norwegian ridgeback. They're dangerous. And illegal. Norbert's not dangerous. He's just a baby. He breathes fire. Only when he's startled. As if to demonstrate, Norbert sneezed and shot a plume of flame that singed Hagrid's beard. The gamekeeper barely flinched. Harry's mind was racing. A dragon. An illegal dragon, in the hut of someone who was supposed to be trusted by Dumbledore. Where had Hagrid gotten the egg? Who had given it to him? And more importantly, who knew? Hagrid, Harry said carefully. The card game where you won the egg. Who were you playing with? Dunno. Never saw his face. Kept his hood up. And he just happened to have a dragon egg to gamble? Well, yeah. Hagrid's brow furrowed. Come to think of it, he was awful interested in the creatures I take care of here. Asked about all the different animals, what kind of things I know about handling them. What did you tell him? Just general stuff. How Yevi got to know what approach to take, Fluffy, for example, just play him a bit of music and he'll drop straight off Hagrid's face went pale. I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. Fluffy? Ron asked. The three-headed dog guarding the stone, Harry said grimly. The one on the third floor. Music puts it to sleep. Silence fell over the hut. Even Norbert stopped trying to eat things, as if sensing the sudden tension. Hagrid. Hermione's voice was very controlled. You told a stranger, a mysterious stranger who never showed his face, how to get past the first protection on the Philosopher's Stone. I was drunk. And he kept buying me drinks and... Harry was already moving toward the door. We need to tell Dumbledore. Now. Harry, wait, Hagrid started. But Harry was gone. He sprinted across the grounds, Ron and Hermione struggling to keep up, his mind churning through possibilities. The stranger in the pub was Quirrell. Had to be. He'd been gathering information, figuring out the protections, preparing for his attempt on the stone. And now he had a crucial piece, the way past the first obstacle. How long had he known? Had he already made his move? Was the stone all ready? Harry skidded to a halt. Dumbledore wasn't in the castle. He knew it instantly, the way he knew when water was nearby. The headmaster's presence, that vast, shimmering pool of power that Harry had learned to sense, was absent. Gone from the grounds entirely. He's not here, Harry said. Dumbledore's not here. What? Hermione caught up, panting. How do you? I can feel it. His magical signature. It's gone. Harry turned in a slow circle, reaching out with his senses. And Quirrell. Quirrell's in the castle. Moving toward the third floor. Now. Ron's voice cracked. He's going for it now. Dumbledore being gone, that's not a coincidence. Quirrell lured him away somehow. This is planned. Then we get McGonagall. Or Snape. Or anyone. There's no time. Harry looked at his friends. He's going to get the stone. Tonight. And if that happens, if Voldemort gets what he needs to come back. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Partners, Hermione said quietly. Her face was pale, but her voice was steady. We said partners. That means now, not just when it's easy. Ron swallowed hard. I really hate this. I want that on record. Noted. Harry squared his shoulders. Let's go. The third-floor corridor was silent when they arrived. The door to the forbidden area hung open, its lock destroyed by magic. Beyond, Harry could hear something, a low, rumbling snore that echoed strangely in the enclosed space. The dog's asleep, Harry whispered. Quirrell's already through. They crept forward. The room beyond the door was enormous, dominated by a creature that made the troll look like a kitten. Fluffy, because of course Hagrid would name a three-headed hellhound something cute, lay sprawled across the floor, all three heads snoring in different rhythms. A small harp stood nearby, still playing itself, filling the air with gentle music. there. Hermione pointed to a trapdoor in the floor, currently hanging open. He went down. They approached carefully, stepping over massive paws, trying not to breathe too loud. The trapdoor revealed a dark shaft, too deep to see the bottom. "We jump," Harry said. "Stay close to me. I'll catch us." "How?" Ron started. Harry jumped. The fall should have been terrifying. Instead, Harry pulled water from the air around them, there was always water in the air, and shaped it into a cushion, slowing their descent until they landed gently on something soft and springy. "That was amazing," Hermione breathed. Then the soft thing started moving. "Devil's snare," she said immediately, her voice shifting to panic as vines wrapped around their legs. "It's Devil's snare. It'll crush us if we struggle. How do we stop it?" Ron was already fighting, making the vines tighten faster. "Light. It hates light and warmth." Harry didn't wait for her to finish. He reached for his magic, the wizard magic, not the divine kind, and pushed. Fire erupted from his palms, bright and hot, and the devil's snare recoiled with a shriek that plants shouldn't be able to make. They dropped through the loosened vines, landing in a stone corridor that stretched into darkness. "Keep moving," Harry said. "He's ahead of us." The next room was full of keys. Hundreds of them, flying on tiny enchanted wings, swarming near the ceiling like a glittering flock of birds. At the far end, a heavy wooden door with an old-fashioned lock. "We need to find the right key," Hermione said, scanning the swarm. "There, the old one with the broken wing. It matches the lock." Harry spotted it instantly. The key was trying to escape, but its damaged wing made it slower than the others. Still too fast to catch by hand. Brooms. Ron had found them, propped against the wall. "We fly up and, no need." Harry reached for water again. There was moisture everywhere, in the stones, in the air, in the dust. He gathered it, shaped it, sent it spiraling upward in a net that caught the damaged key before it could flee. "That's cheating," Ron said admiringly. "It's efficient." Harry grabbed the key and crossed to the door. "Come on." The next room was a giant chess set. They lost 15 minutes to that one, Ron directing them like a general, sacrificing pieces, including himself, at the end, to win passage to the far door. "Go," Ron gasped from where the White Queen had left him. "I'll be fine." "Go." They went. Another room, another challenge. This one was a logic puzzle with potions, and Hermione solved it in minutes, her analytical mind cutting through the riddle like a knife. But there was only enough potion for one person to go forward. "Harry." Hermione pressed the vial into his hand. "You have to finish this. You're the only one who can." "Hermione, Voldemort's afraid of you." "I don't know why, but he is. That's why there's a prophecy. That's why he tried to kill you when you were a baby." Her eyes were fierce. "Go. Stop him. We'll get help." Harry looked at his friend, his first real friend in the mortal world, the girl who'd walked toward a titan's whispers rather than run away, and felt something shift in his chest. "Thank you," he said. "For everything." Then he drank the potion and stepped through the flames. The final chamber was cold. Not physically, the temperature was the same as the rest of the dungeon, but something about it reached into Harry's bones and settled there. A chill that had nothing to do with air or water. Quirrell stood in front of a mirror, his back to Harry, muttering to himself. No, not to himself. To something else. Something that responded in a voice Harry couldn't quite hear. "Professor." Quirrell spun. His expression wasn't surprised, more calculating, like a predator who'd expected prey but hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly. "Potter." The stutter was gone. His voice was smooth and cold. "I wondered if you'd make it past the protections. You're working for Voldemort." "Working with him." Quirrell smiled. It was an ugly expression. He's been with me since Albania. Teaching me. Guiding me. Sharing his brilliant mind with a vessel willing to receive it. He's possessing you. He's liberating me. Quirrell turned back to the mirror. But we can discuss philosophy later. First, I need to solve this ridiculous puzzle. The stone is in the mirror, but I can't figure out how to retrieve it. Then let me help. Harry froze. The voice came from Quirrell, but it wasn't Quirrell's voice. It was something else, high, cold, terrible. Something that scraped against Harry's senses like nails on glass. Quirrell reached up and began unwinding his turban. Harry should have moved. Should have attacked, fled, done something. But he was rooted in place, held by a fascination that was equal parts horror and recognition. He'd been hearing about this monster his whole life. The thing that killed his parents. The darkness that had haunted the wizarding world for decades. Now he was going to see it. The turban fell away, revealing the back of Quirrell's head. And the face that grew there. It was barely human, chalk-white skin stretched over a skull that seemed too sharp, red eyes that glowed like embers, slits where a nose should have been. Voldemort looked at Harry and smiled. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "We meet at last." Chapter 4, Blood in the Water. Harry had seen monsters before. Sea serpents the length of cruise ships. Creatures from the darkest trenches, things that had evolved in absolute blackness until they became nightmares made flesh. He'd trained against opponents who had been killing for millennia, sparred with beings whose very presence could drive mortals mad. Voldemort was worse. Not because of his power, though that was considerable, a dark oily pressure that filled the room like smoke. Not because of his appearance, the skull face, the red eyes, the parasitic way he clung to Quirrell's body. It was something else. Something in the way he looked at Harry, like he was examining a puzzle he'd been working on for years. "Fascinating," Voldemort said. His voice came from both Quirrell's mouth and the face on the back of his head, creating an unsettling echo. "I've wondered about you, Harry Potter. The boy who survived what no one should survive. The infant who destroyed me at the height of my power." Harry's hand was on his wand, but he didn't draw it. "Not yet. Information first. Understand the enemy. You don't look destroyed to me." "No. I adapted. Survived in forms that would have driven lesser wizards to madness." The red eyes gleamed. "But you didn't just survive. You thrived. Adopted by a god. Raised as a prince. I've been watching your progress with great interest." "How?" "Quirrell has been my eyes in this castle all year. Every class you attended, every spell you cast, every conversation you thought was private, I saw it all." Voldemort's smile widened. "You're remarkable, Harry. More remarkable than I anticipated. Divine power layered over mortal magic, two systems that should be incompatible working in perfect harmony. You're something new. Something unprecedented. I'm something that's going to stop you from getting that stone." "Ah yes. The stone." Voldemort's gaze shifted to the mirror behind Quirrell. "I confess, this last protection has proven troublesome. Dumbledore's work, I assume. The mirror shows what I desire most, but won't reveal how to obtain it. Maybe because you don't deserve it." "Deserve?" Voldemort laughed, and the sound made Harry's skin crawl. Such a childish concept. Power isn't earned through moral worth, it's taken by those with the will to reach for it. Something I suspect you understand better than most." Harry said nothing. "Come here." Voldemort's voice turned commanding. "Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see." "No. That wasn't a request." Quirrell turned fully, and Harry saw that his face had gone slack, puppet-like, controlled entirely by the thing on the back of his head. "Do it, or I'll make you." "Try." The word hung in the air. Harry felt his powers stirring, responding to the threat, and he let it show, just a little. Water vapor in the room began to condense, forming droplets that floated around him like a crown of tiny stars. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Interesting. You're not afraid. I've faced worse than you. Have you? The dark wizard's smile returned. Then you're either very brave or very foolish. Perhaps both. He gestured, and Quirrell's body moved toward Harry. Let's find out which. The first curse came fast. Harry was already moving, his body reacting before his mind caught up. Years of training against opponents who fought at divine speeds had made certain responses automatic. He twisted sideways, letting the spell pass inches from his face, and his wand was in his hand before Quirrell could fire again. Stupefy. The red bolt flew true, but Quirrell batted it aside with a casual wave. You'll have to do better than that, Potter. School spells won't work against the Dark Lord. They're not supposed to. Harry reached for the water. It answered instantly, every drop of moisture in the chamber, from the condensation on the stones to the sweat on Quirrell's skin. He pulled it all toward him, shaped it, froze it into a barrage of ice spikes that launched at his enemy with lethal speed. Quirrell's shield shattered 3 of them. 4 more got through. The professor screamed as ice punched through his shoulder, his thigh, his arm. He stumbled backward, blood streaming, and for a moment Harry thought he'd won. Then Voldemort laughed. Excellent. The dark wizard sounded genuinely delighted. Oh, you're everything I hoped you'd be. Powerful. Ruthless. Willing to kill when necessary. He forced Quirrell's broken body upright, ignoring the wounds that should have been debilitating. But you're holding back. I can feel it. There's more power in you than this, so much more. Why don't you use it? Because I don't need to. Liar. Voldemort's voice dropped to a whisper. You're afraid of it. Afraid of what you might become if you truly let go. The Titan's been talking to you, hasn't he? Offering you freedom, power, the chance to embrace your full potential. Harry went cold. How do you know about that? I know many things, Harry Potter. I've spent a decade in the shadows, listening, watching, learning. The old powers are stirring. Kronos reaches out from his prison, seeking allies for the war to come. And you're caught between worlds. Divine and mortal. Wizard and demigod. The perfect bridge between realms that have been separated for millennia. I'm not a bridge. I'm not a tool for anyone to use. Of course you are. That's what power makes us, instruments of change. The only question is whose hand will guide you. Voldemort's red eyes burned. Dumbledore wants you for his war against me. Kronos wants you for his war against Olympus. Your father wants you to be a good little prince, safe and controlled and far from anything that might actually matter. And what do you want? I want you to choose. Voldemort spread Quirrell's arms wide, blood dripping from his wounds. Not because anyone forces you. Not because prophecy demands it. But because you finally understand what you are and decide, for yourself, what to do about it. Harry stared at the monster who had killed his parents. The thing that had tried to murder him as an infant, that had haunted the wizarding world for decades, that was even now trying to steal immortality from under Dumbledore's nose. And for just a moment, he understood. Voldemort wasn't offering him power. He was offering him clarity. The recognition that all the forces trying to control Harry, Dumbledore, Kronos, even Poseidon in his protective way, were treating him as a piece to be moved rather than a player with his own agenda. It was seductive. It was poisonous. And it was, in its own twisted way, true. You're right, Harry said quietly. Voldemort's smile widened. I am caught between worlds. I am being used by people who claim to have my best interests at heart. And I do need to choose. Harry raised his wand. I choose to stop you. Not because Dumbledore wants it. Not because of prophecy. Because you're a monster who murders children and I won't let you hurt anyone else. Disappointing. Voldemort sighed. But not unexpected. We'll continue this conversation later, Harry Potter. After I have the stone. He turned Quirrell toward the mirror. Harry attacked. The battle was brutal and short. Harry threw everything he had, water, ice, stunning spells, cutting curses, techniques his tutors had taught him that had no names in English. Quirrell's body was failing, blood loss and damage taking their toll, but Voldemort drove it forward through sheer will. And the Dark Lord was stronger than Harry expected. Not physically, Quirrell's body was barely functioning at this point. But magically, Voldemort was a nightmare. His shields absorbed attacks that should have been lethal. His counter-curses came faster than Harry could dodge. And underlying everything was that dark, oily power, pressing against Harry's defenses, looking for cracks. Harry was losing. He knew it, felt it in the growing exhaustion, the mounting injuries, the way his reactions were slowing with each exchange. Voldemort had decades of experience. Harry had years of training, but training wasn't the same as battle. Not really. Give up, Voldemort said, almost gently. You fought well, but this was always going to end one way. Let me take the stone, and I'll leave you alive. A professional courtesy, shall we say. Harry's legs buckled. He caught himself on the mirror's frame, gasping. And saw what was inside. His reflection looked back at him, not wounded and exhausted, but strong and whole. The reflected Harry smiled and reached into his pocket, pulling out a blood-red stone that pulsed with inner light. Then the reflection winked and put the stone back. Harry felt something heavy settle into his actual pocket. The stone, he realized. Dumbledore's protection, it gives the stone to whoever wants to find it but not use it. And I don't want to use it. I just want to stop Voldemort from getting it. You're wondering how to escape, Voldemort said, misreading Harry's expression. There is no escape. I control the only exit, and you're in no condition to fight through me. Harry straightened. The stone's weight in his pocket gave him new resolve. I don't need to escape. He met the Dark Wizard's eyes. I just need to keep you busy long enough for help to arrive. Help? Voldemort laughed. Dumbledore is miles away. Your friends are unconscious or trapped. No one is coming, Harry. You'd be surprised. Harry reached for his power, not the wizard magic, not even the divine gifts. Something deeper. Something he'd been avoiding since the dream started, afraid of what it might mean. The thing inside him that Kronos called the bridge. He didn't let it loose. Didn't open himself to the Titan's influence. But he touched it, just slightly, and felt reality shiver in response. Water erupted from the stones. Not moisture from the air or condensation from surfaces, water from nowhere, from everywhere, from the spaces between things. It flooded the chamber in seconds, rising to knee height, then waist height, churning with currents that had no natural source. Voldemort's expression changed for the first time. Something that might have been fear flickered in those red eyes. What are you doing? Showing you what I am. Harry's voice had gone strange, resonant with harmonics that shouldn't exist. You wanted me to choose. Fine. I choose this. I choose to be the thing that stops you, whatever it costs. The water kept rising. Harry didn't remember much of what happened next. There were flashes, Quirrell screaming as the water pressure crushed his already broken body. Voldemort's spirit ripping free, a screech of rage that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The dark shade passing through Harry, leaving agony in its wake, but unable to take root because there was no room left inside him for parasites. And then there was falling. The water caught him before he hit the ground. It lowered him gently, cradled him as the flood began to recede, and somewhere far away he heard voices shouting his name. Hermione. Ron. Others he didn't recognize. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? He tried to answer. Couldn't find the words. Everything went black. Harry woke in the hospital wing. The ceiling was white and too bright. His body ached in places he didn't know could ache. And sitting beside his bed, looking older and tireder than Harry had ever seen him, was Albus Dumbledore. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter." Harry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Pain lanced through his chest, his arms, his head. He collapsed back against the pillows with a groan. "Easy." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "You've been unconscious for 3 days. Your friends have been quite worried. Ron. Hermione. Both fine. Mr. Weasley has a mild concussion from the chess game, and Miss Granger inhaled some smoke from the potion fire, but nothing serious." A pause. They refused to leave the wing until they were physically removed. Miss Granger threatened to hex Madame Pomfrey. That surprised a laugh out of Harry, which immediately turned into a coughing fit. What happened? He managed when he could breathe again. After the water, I arrived shortly after Voldemort fled. Found you unconscious in several inches of water, with Professor Quirrell's body nearby." Dumbledore's expression darkened. He was already dead. The combination of his injuries and the Dark Lord's departure was too much for his system. Harry processed that. He'd killed someone. Indirectly, maybe, but still. The weight of it settled onto his shoulders without drama, just another burden to carry. And Voldemort? Escaped. Weakened, certainly. The trauma of losing his host, of being driven out by whatever you did, it will set him back significantly. But he's not destroyed. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. He will return. Someday. And when he does, he will remember what happened tonight. Good. Harry's voice was flat. I want him to remember. Silence stretched between them. Dumbledore studied Harry with an expression that mixed admiration, concern, and something that might have been fear. "May I ask," the headmaster said finally, "what exactly you did in that chamber?" "The magic involved, it didn't match anything in my experience. Not wizard magic, not divine intervention, not even Titan influence, though I suspect that was part of it." Harry considered lying. Considered telling Dumbledore it was just demigod abilities, nothing more. But he was tired, and something about the old man's manner suggested that lying wouldn't work anyway. "I don't know," he admitted. "I reached for something inside me. Something I've been avoiding because it scares me. And it answered. The thing Kronos calls you. The bridge." Harry nodded slowly. "You know about that?" "I know many things, Harry. More than you might think." Dumbledore leaned forward. "The bridge is not a title Kronos invented. It's from a prophecy, an ancient one, far older than the one that binds you to Voldemort. It speaks of a child born between worlds, capable of linking realms that have been sundered since the dawn of time. Gods and mortals. Magic and divinity. Life and death. And that's me. Perhaps. Prophecies are tricky things, they describe potentials, not certainties. But you did something tonight that suggests the description fits." Dumbledore's eyes were very blue, very old. "You created water from nothing, Harry. Not summoned, not condensed, created. That's not demigod power. That's not wizard magic. That's something else entirely." Harry thought about the moment it had happened. The reaching, the touching, the feeling of reality bending around his will. "It felt like opening a door," he said slowly. "Like there was always water there, on the other side, and I just let it through." "Between worlds," Dumbledore murmured. "Yes. That's consistent with the prophecy." He sat back. "You're going to have choices to make, Harry. Difficult ones. People will try to use what you are, Voldemort, Kronos, perhaps even those who claim to be your allies. The only way to navigate what's coming is to decide, clearly and firmly, what you actually want. What I want is to be left alone. That's not an option. Not for you. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but unyielding. You're too important. Too powerful. Too connected to forces that are already in motion. The best you can hope for is to shape how you're involved, rather than letting others shape it for you. Harry stared at the ceiling. He was 11 years old. He should be worrying about homework and Quidditch and whether his friends were mad at him for missing classes. Instead, he was lying in a hospital bed, having conversations about ancient prophecies and the nature of reality. This is my life now, he thought. This is what it's going to be. The stone, he said. What happened to it? Destroyed. Nicholas and I agreed that it was too dangerous to keep, given recent events. A slight smile crossed Dumbledore's face. He has enough elixir stored to settle his affairs. He and Perenelle will have a few months to say their goodbyes, and then they'll pass on. They've been ready for some time. You destroyed the only thing that could give Voldemort a body again. One of the things. There are other paths to resurrection, unfortunately. But yes, this particular route is closed to him now. Dumbledore stood. Rest, Harry. Your friends will be allowed to visit this afternoon. And the end-of-year feast is in 3 days. I expect you to attend, if you're well enough. Professor. Dumbledore paused at the door. You said I need to decide what I want. What if what I want is for people to stop keeping secrets from me? To stop manipulating me for my own good? Harry's voice was steady. I'm not asking for you to tell me everything. But I'm done being a piece on someone else's board. If you want me as an ally, treat me like one. If you can't do that, stay out of my way. The old wizard was quiet for a long moment. That's fair, he said finally. More than fair, given how I've handled things. I'll do my best, Harry. I can't promise perfection. Secrets have been part of my strategy for so long that I may slip occasionally. But I'll try. That's all I ask. Dumbledore nodded once and left. Harry closed his eyes and let exhaustion pull him back under. Hermione was the first to arrive that afternoon, bursting through the hospital wing doors with a noise that made Madame Pomfrey squawk in protest. Harry James Potter. Oh no. Full name. That was never good. You absolute idiot. Hermione crossed the room in 3 strides and threw herself onto the edge of his bed. You could have died. You should have died. What were you thinking, facing Voldemort alone? I wasn't alone. You and Ron were knocked out or trapped while you went off to fight a Dark Lord by yourself. She was crying now, tears streaming down her face even as she glared at him. I thought you were dead. When they carried you out of there, you weren't breathing, Harry. Your heart had stopped. Dumbledore had to, she broke off, choking on sobs. Harry reached out and pulled her into a hug. It was awkward, he was still lying down, and his arms weren't cooperating properly, but she clung to him anyway, face buried in his shoulder. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I didn't mean to scare you. You scared me more than anything's ever scared me. Her voice was muffled. Don't do it again. I can't promise that. She pulled back, wiping her eyes furiously. Then promise me something else. Promise me you won't try to do everything alone. That you'll let us help, really help, not just research and backup. Hermione, promise. Harry looked at her. Tears on her cheeks, fire in her eyes. The girl who'd walked toward danger because she'd said partners and meant it. I promise. She nodded sharply, satisfied, and settled into the chair beside his bed. Good. Now tell me everything that happened down there. I want details. Harry told her. Ron arrived an hour later, sporting a bandage around his head and a slightly dazed expression. Mate, he said, dropping into the chair on Harry's other side. You look terrible. Thanks. So do you. Yeah, well, I got clubbed by a giant chess piece. What's your excuse? Fought a Dark Lord. Created water from nothing. Apparently died briefly. Ron blinked. Right. Okay. That's worse. He shook his head. Hermione filled me in on some of it, but I still don't understand how you actually beat him. Voldemort, I mean. He's supposed to be the most powerful dark wizard in history. He is. Harry stared at his hands. I didn't beat him with power. Not exactly. I just opened something. Inside me. And it was enough to drive him out. Opened what? I don't know. The honest answer. Something that scares me. Something that apparently scares Dumbledore too, from the way he was looking at me. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he reached out and punched Harry in the shoulder, gently, but with intention. Ow. What was that for? For being an idiot. Going alone, not waiting for backup, nearly dying, all of it. Ron's expression was serious. I know you're used to handling things yourself. Grew up with gods, trained by warriors, all that. But you've got us now. Me and Hermione. And we're not going to let you throw your life away just because you think you have to do everything solo. That's basically what she said. Yeah, we coordinated. A hint of a smile. Partners. Partners. Ron's grin broke through fully. Brilliant. Now, can we talk about how you actually created water from thin air? Because that's the coolest bloody thing I've ever heard of, and I need details. Harry laughed, and it felt like the first real laugh he'd had in months. The end-of-year feast was a spectacle. The Great Hall had been decorated in Slytherin colors, apparently they'd won the House Cup, but the atmosphere was strange. Subdued. Word had gotten out about what happened in the third-floor corridor, though the details remained fuzzy. Students whispered as Harry entered, their eyes following him with a mixture of awe and fear. He ignored them. Walked to the Gryffindor table. Sat down between Ron and Hermione like it was any other meal. People are staring, Hermione murmured. Let them. Dumbledore rose to speak, and the hall fell silent. Another year gone. His voice was warm, but Harry could hear the tiredness underneath. And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were, you have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Polite laughter. Forced, mostly. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus: in fourth place, Gryffindor, with 312 points, in third, Hufflepuff, with 352, Ravenclaw has 426 and Slytherin, 472. Cheering from the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy looked insufferably smug. Yes, well done, Slytherin, Dumbledore continued. However, recent events must be taken into account. The hall went very still. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Ron went scarlet. The Gryffindors cheered. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her hands. More cheering. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter. Dumbledore paused, and the silence became absolute. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. The math was running through everyone's heads. Harry could see it in their faces. 312 plus 50 plus 50 plus 60 equaled. We're tied, Hermione whispered. We're tied with Slytherin. Dumbledore was smiling now, that grandfatherly twinkle back in his eyes. There are all kinds of courage. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Neville, who had apparently tried to stop them from leaving the common room the night of the stone confrontation, went white with shock. Which means, Dumbledore continued over the erupting noise, we need a little change of decoration. He clapped his hands, and the Slytherin banners transformed into Gryffindor scarlet and gold. Harry watched Draco Malfoy's face crumble and felt nothing. No satisfaction. No triumph. Just tiredness. The feast began. Food appeared. Students celebrated. And Harry sat in the middle of it all, accepting congratulations and slaps on the back, playing the role of hero even though it felt like wearing a costume that didn't quite fit. Hermione noticed. Of course she noticed. You okay? Fine. Liar. But she didn't push. Just squeezed his hand under the table and went back to her meal. That helped. More than Harry expected. The last night of term, Harry couldn't sleep. He slipped out of the dormitory after midnight, navigating the silent castle with ease. The room of requirement appeared when he needed it, configured as a simple space with a window that looked out over the lake. He sat on the windowsill and watched the moonlight ripple on the water. Couldn't sleep. Harry didn't turn. He'd felt her approach, sensed the familiar magic signature. Hermione. You should be in bed. So should you. She crossed the room and sat beside him, legs tucked under her. What are you thinking about? Everything. Nothing. He shrugged. This year was. A lot. Yeah. They sat in comfortable silence. Outside, something large moved beneath the lake's surface, the squid, probably, doing whatever giant squids did at night. Are you going to be okay? Hermione asked finally. I mean, really okay. Not just okay, in the way you say to make people stop asking. Harry considered the question. Really considered it. I don't know, he admitted. I've got Voldemort planning revenge. I've got Kronos whispering in my dreams. I've got Zeus threatening to start a war with my father over my existence. And apparently I can create matter from nothing, which probably means more prophecy nonsense. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. On the other hand, I've got you and Ron. I've got a home to go back to. I've got a chance, however slim, to actually make choices instead of just reacting to everyone else's moves. That's something. It's more than something. Harry turned to look at her. Thank you. For this year. For being there even when it was terrifying. For pushing back when I tried to shut you out. Hermione's smile was soft. Partners. Partners. She leaned against his shoulder, and they watched the lake together until dawn. The Hogwarts Express left on a bright June morning. Harry shared a compartment with Ron and Hermione, talking about summer plans and what they'd do when they came back for second year. Normal things. Easy things. The kind of conversation that almost made him forget about Dark Lords and Titans and divine ultimatums. Almost. At King's Cross, the platform was crowded with families reuniting. Ron was immediately absorbed by a sea of red hair, his mother was loud and loving and exactly the kind of parent Harry had never had. Hermione's parents waited near the barrier, looking slightly overwhelmed by the magical chaos around them. Write to me, Hermione said, hugging Harry tight. I mean it. Actual letters, not just I'm fine notes. I'll try. Try harder. She pulled back. And if anything happens, anything at all, you tell me. Don't try to handle it alone. I won't. She studied him for a moment, then nodded sharply and headed toward her parents. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder. See you next year, mate. Try not to fight any Dark Lords over the summer. No promises. Ron laughed like Harry was joking and disappeared into his family's embrace. Harry stood alone on the platform, watching the crowds thin. Then he felt it, the familiar divine presence, carefully masked but unmistakable. He turned. Poseidon stood near the exit, glamored as the same weathered fisherman he'd worn at the start of term. His face was neutral, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders. The worry. Dad. Son. Poseidon crossed the distance and pulled Harry into a hug. It's time to go home. Is everything okay? The ultimatum, Zeus, later. We'll discuss everything later. Poseidon's voice was firm but gentle. For now, just come home. Your mother's been cooking for 3 days. Triton's managed not to sink any ships in celebration. The palace has been far too quiet without you. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Home. Whatever else was waiting, the divine politics, the Titan's whispers, the darkness gathering on the horizon, home was there. Family was there. For now, that would have to be enough. The underwater palace rose to greet them like an old friend. Harry had only been gone 9 months, but it felt longer. The bioluminescent corridors, the impossible architecture, the servants who nodded respectfully as he passed, all of it rushed back with a familiarity that made his chest ache. Amphitrite was waiting in the main hall, already moving toward him before he'd fully materialized from the transport. Let me look at you. She held him at arm's length, her eyes scanning his face. You've grown. And you look tired. And, what is this scar? This is new. Harry touched his forehead instinctively. The lightning bolt was the same as always, but there was a new mark below his left eye, a thin white line where one of Quirrell's curses had grazed him. Battle scar, he said. I'll tell you about it. You'll tell me everything. Amphitrite pulled him into a hug. I was so worried. When we heard what happened, when Triton said you'd actually fought the Dark Lord, I'm fine. Really? You're never allowed to be fine again. From now on, I want detailed updates every week. Health status, emotional state, any near-death experiences, all of it. Harry laughed despite himself. Yes, Mom. She released him with a watery smile. Go. Settle in. We'll talk at dinner. Harry headed toward his chambers, his body moving on autopilot through hallways he could navigate blind. But something stopped him before he reached his door. A presence. Familiar but wrong. He turned slowly. Triton leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, watching Harry with an expression that mixed relief, anger, and something Harry couldn't quite identify. Brother. Triton. Silence stretched between them. The kind of silence that held unspoken words, waiting to see who would break first. Triton moved. He crossed the distance in 3 long strides and grabbed Harry by the shoulders. You absolute idiot. I've been getting that a lot lately. Because you earned it. Triton shook him, gently, but with intensity. Fighting Voldemort? Alone? Without backup, without divine weapons, without even telling anyone what you were doing? I didn't have time, you had time to die. Triton's voice cracked. Do you understand that? Your heart stopped. You were gone, Harry. For almost 2 minutes, you were gone. And if Dumbledore hadn't been there with whatever ancient magic he used to bring you back, he broke off, releasing Harry's shoulders, turning away. Harry stared at his brother's back. He'd never seen Triton like this. The Crown Prince of the Oceans was always composed, always controlled. Arrogant, sure. Competitive, definitely. But never raw. I didn't know, Harry said quietly. About the dying part. They didn't tell me. Of course they didn't. Triton's voice was rough. Father didn't want you to know. Neither did I. We thought, he laughed bitterly. We thought you'd be reckless about it. Use it as evidence that you were invincible or something. I'm not invincible. I know. That's the problem. Triton turned back, and Harry was shocked to see moisture in his eyes. You're my brother. My annoying, infuriating, impossibly talented little brother. And the idea of losing you, you won't. You can't promise that. No. But I can promise to try. To be more careful. To let people help me instead of always going alone. Harry met Triton's eyes. I learned some things this year. About being part of a team. About what it means to have people who actually care whether you live or die. Triton studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Good. Hold on to that. A ghost of a smile. And maybe try not to fight any Dark Lords for at least a few months. Let the rest of us catch up. I'll do my best. Triton snorted. Your best is what got us into this mess. But the tension had broken. He clasped Harry's shoulder briefly, then stepped back. Dinner in an hour. Don't be late, Amphitrite really has been cooking for days, and you do not want to see her disappointed. He walked away. Harry watched him go, feeling something settle in his chest. Something that had been out of place since the night of the stone. Family. Even when they yelled at you. Even when they worried too much. Even when they made you feel like a child and a hero all at once. Family. Dinner was an interrogation disguised as a meal. Harry sat at the head of the table, guest of honor position, apparently, while his family peppered him with questions between courses. Poseidon wanted tactical details about the confrontation. Amphitrite wanted to know about his health, his sleep, whether he'd been eating enough. Triton asked pointed questions about the other students, clearly trying to assess whether any of them were threats. Harry answered as honestly as he could. The classes, the friendships, the investigation into the stone. The battle with Quirrell. The moment he'd touched the thing inside him and water had erupted from nothing. That last part made everyone go quiet. Show me, Poseidon said. Harry hesitated. He hadn't tried to recreate what happened in the chamber. Hadn't wanted to, honestly. The power that had surged through him, it had felt too big. Too wild. Too much like something that could swallow him whole. But his father was asking. And here, in the safety of the palace, surrounded by family, if he was going to test his limits, this was the place. He reached inward. The power was there, waiting. Patient, like it had always been patient. It didn't demand or push, just existed, a door in the back of his mind that he could open whenever he chose. Harry opened it. Water appeared on the table. Not summoned from elsewhere. Not condensed from the air. Created, molecules forming from nothing, reality bending to accommodate his will. The water rose in a gentle spiral, took the shape of a dolphin, swam through the air for a few seconds. Then Harry let go, and it splashed onto the tablecloth. Silence. That's impossible, Triton said flatly. Creating matter from nothing, that's not demigod power. That's not even god power. That's primordial. Chaos level. I know. You know. Triton's voice rose. Harry, do you understand what this means? If word gets out that you can do this, it won't. Poseidon's voice cut through. This stays within the family. No one else learns about this ability until we understand it better. How do we understand it? Amphitrite asked. There's no precedent. No record of anyone, mortal, demigod, or god, being able to create matter from will alone. There might be. Poseidon's expression was troubled. The old prophecies, the ones from before the gods claimed Olympus. They speak of beings that could reshape reality. The bridge between worlds. The key to doors that have been closed since the Titans fell. Kronos mentioned that, Harry said quietly. In my dreams. He called me the bridge. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. You didn't mention that, Poseidon said carefully. I didn't want to worry you. And I've been ignoring him, like you said. Not engaging, not responding. But he's still reaching out. Every night. Less frequent lately, but still there. Poseidon's hands tightened on the table. We need to accelerate our preparations. If Kronos sees you as key to his return, he does. He's made that clear. Then we have even less time than I thought. Poseidon stood abruptly. Triton, I need you to contact our allies among the sea gods. Amphitrite, increase the palace wards, full defensive configuration. Harry, I know. Stay here. Stay safe. Don't use the creation power unless absolutely necessary. No. Poseidon's voice was strange. No, I was going to say, train. Every day, as hard as you can. Whatever's coming, hiding from it won't help. You need to be ready. Harry blinked. You're not going to lock me in my room? Would that stop you? No. Then there's no point, is there? A hint of dark humor in his father's voice. You're too much like me, Harry. You'll find a way into trouble no matter what barriers I put up. The best I can do is make sure you're strong enough to survive it. Father and son looked at each other. Something passed between them, understanding, acceptance, the recognition that this was the new reality. Thank you, Harry said. For trusting me. I've always trusted you. I just didn't trust the world to deserve you. Poseidon smiled slightly. Get some rest. Training starts tomorrow. The summer passed in a blur of exhaustion and progress. Harry trained harder than he'd ever trained before. Combat drills with Triton, pushing his divine abilities to their limits. Magic practice with tutors Poseidon brought in from across the world, wizards, witches, creatures who had mastered forms of magic that most humans didn't know existed. And in private, carefully controlled experiments with his new power, the creation ability that still felt like holding a lightning bolt. He wrote letters to Hermione and Ron, keeping his promises. He told them about his training, about palace life, about the growing tension with Zeus. He didn't tell them about Kronos's continued visits, or the creation power, or the way his dreams had started showing him things that might be prophecy. Some things were too dangerous to put in writing. The divine politics got worse. Zeus's ultimatum remained in effect: surrender Harry's adoption by summer solstice or face consequences. Poseidon refused to comply. The oceanic realm fortified its defenses. Messages flew between Olympus and the major divine powers, everyone picking sides or desperately trying to stay neutral. Harry watched it all with growing frustration. His existence had become a political football, tossed back and forth by beings who saw him as a resource to be claimed rather than a person with his own will. This ends, he thought during one particularly dark night, staring at the ceiling of his chambers. One way or another, I'm going to end this. He just didn't know how yet. The solstice came on a Thursday. Harry woke that morning with a feeling of weight pressing down on his chest. Something was going to happen today. He could feel it in the water, in the currents that flowed around the palace, in the very fabric of reality. He dressed and went to find his father. Poseidon was in the war room, surrounded by maps and advisors and the general chaos of military preparation. He looked up when Harry entered, and something in his expression made Harry's stomach drop. What happened? Zeus struck first. Poseidon's voice was flat. 3 of our western outposts, destroyed without warning. Dozens of merfolk dead. Harry felt cold settle into his bones. He's actually doing it. He's starting a war. He's trying to force my hand. Make me surrender you or make me retaliate in a way that justifies escalation. Poseidon's jaw tightened. I won't give him either. What will you do? Defend. Fortify. Make him pay for every inch of territory he tries to take. Poseidon turned to face Harry fully. And keep you safe. Whatever else happens, that's the priority. I could fight. Help defend, no. The word was absolute. You're the target, Harry. If Zeus gets his hands on you, he'll either destroy you or try to use you. Neither option is acceptable. So I just hide. While people die because of me. They're dying because of Zeus's paranoia, not because of you. Poseidon's voice softened slightly. I know it's hard. I know you want to help. But the best thing you can do right now is stay alive and get stronger. When the time comes, and it will come, you'll have your chance to fight. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to grab a weapon and charge into battle, prove that he wasn't just a problem to be protected. But he looked at his father's face, tired, worried, carrying the weight of a realm on his shoulders, and swallowed his protests. Okay, he said. I'll stay. Thank you. Poseidon reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder. I know this isn't what you wanted from your summer. But I'm proud of you, Harry. For everything you've become. Harry managed a small smile. Save the speeches for after we win. Optimism. I like it. Poseidon turned back to his maps. Now go. Your training instructor is waiting. Harry went. The war lasted 3 weeks. It wasn't the kind of war mortals understood, massive armies clashing on open fields. Divine wars were subtler. Surgical strikes. Strategic assassinations. Battles in places that didn't exist on any map, where the very rules of reality were weapons to be wielded. Harry trained through all of it. He pushed himself past every limit he'd ever known. His combat skills sharpened to lethal edges. His magical control refined to precision that would have impressed his Hogwarts professors. And his creation power, slowly, carefully, became something he could actually use, not just a wild force that erupted when he was desperate. The dreams continued too. Kronos whispered every night. Sometimes taunts. Sometimes offers. Sometimes just silence, heavy with the promise of things to come. Harry learned to wake himself before the conversations went too far. But he couldn't stop the Titan from showing him visions. The future, fractured into 1,000 possibilities. Harry standing triumphant over fallen enemies. Harry broken and bleeding in chains. Harry opening doors that should have stayed closed, unleashing forces that consumed everything he loved. Choices, Kronos said in one dream. It all comes down to choices. And your time to choose is coming soon. Harry woke gasping and didn't sleep again that night. The war ended suddenly. Harry was in the training arena when he felt it, a massive release of tension, like a held breath finally exhaled. The water around the palace, which had been churning with conflict for weeks, went still. He ran to the war room. Poseidon stood at the center, surrounded by advisors, his expression unreadable. But when he saw Harry, something shifted in his face. Relief, maybe. Or satisfaction. It's over. Over. What happened? Athena intervened. Poseidon's voice held grudging respect. She convinced the council that this war was destabilizing the divine realm unnecessarily. Zeus has agreed to a ceasefire pending formal negotiations. And the ultimatum? Suspended. For now. Poseidon's eyes met Harry's. You're safe. At least until the negotiations conclude. Harry felt something unclench in his chest. What happens at the negotiations? Politics. Posturing. Eventually, some kind of compromise that no one's happy with. A ghost of a smile. The usual. And me? You go back to school. Poseidon said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You've got a second year to complete, friends to see, and, knowing your luck, at least 3 more Dark Lord confrontations to survive. Harry laughed despite himself. Only 3. I'm being optimistic. Poseidon crossed the room and pulled Harry into a hug. It's over, son. For now, at least, it's over. Harry hugged back. For now, that would have to be enough. The last week of summer was almost normal. Harry spent time with his family. Swam through parts of the palace he hadn't explored in years. Practiced his magic without the pressure of imminent war. Read letters from Hermione and Ron, who were both eager to see him again. Kronos was quiet. The dreams faded to vague unease rather than direct communication. And on the last night before Harry was scheduled to leave for Hogwarts, Poseidon found him on the palace balcony, watching the deep-sea currents flow past. Ready? I think so. Harry turned to face his father. Better than last year, at least. I know what to expect now. Do you? Poseidon's voice was thoughtful. Second year tends to bring new challenges. New enemies. New complications. Are you trying to scare me? I'm trying to prepare you. Poseidon leaned against the railing. You've changed, Harry. This year, the war, the training, everything you've been through, it's made you stronger. Harder. More capable than almost anyone your age has a right to be. That sounds like a compliment. It's a warning. Poseidon met his eyes. Don't let the strength make you arrogant. Don't let the capability make you careless. The moment you think you've seen everything, the world will show you something new. Harry considered this. Like the creation power. Like the creation power. Like Kronos. Like whatever else is waiting for you that we haven't anticipated. Poseidon's expression was serious. Stay humble. Stay curious. Stay connected to the people who matter to you. I will. I know. A hint of warmth crept into his father's voice. That's why I'm proud of you. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the ocean's eternal darkness. Tomorrow, Harry would return to Hogwarts. To friends and classes and whatever new chaos awaited. But tonight, he was home. And that was enough. Chapter 5, The Storm Gathers. The Hogwarts Express looked exactly the same as last year. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, trunk at his feet, watching the scarlet engine billow steam into the morning air. Students and families swirled around him, hugs and tears and last-minute reminders about homework. Normal things. Safe things. He didn't feel normal or safe. The summer had changed him. 3 weeks of divine war, months of intensive training, the weight of knowing that his existence had nearly shattered the peace between Olympus and the seas. Harry carried it all beneath a surface that he'd learned to keep calm, but the pressure was always there. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through the crowd. He turned just in time to catch her as she launched herself at him, arms wrapping around his neck with familiar ferocity. You're here. I was worried, your letters got so vague toward the end of summer, I thought something might have happened. I'm fine. Harry hugged her back, some of the tension in his shoulders easing. It's good to see you. She pulled away, studying his face with those sharp eyes that never missed anything. You look different. I grew 2 inches. That's not what I mean. But she didn't push. Just squeezed his hand once and stepped back. Ron's already on the train. He saved us a compartment. They boarded together, navigating through corridors crowded with reuniting friends and nervous first years. The compartment Ron had claimed was near the back, good sightlines, Harry noted automatically. He was doing that more now. Assessing spaces for tactical advantage. Mate. Ron stood as they entered, grinning broadly. You survived the summer. Barely. Harry dropped onto the seat across from him. You. Boring as anything. Gnome de-infestation, mostly. Oh, and Fred and George accidentally turned Percy's hair blue for a week. That was brilliant. The train lurched into motion. Countryside began sliding past the windows. Harry let himself relax into the familiar rhythm of his friends' chatter, Ron's complaints about his brothers, Hermione's excitement about the new term's curriculum, the easy back and forth that required nothing from him except presence. It felt like coming home. A different kind of home than the palace, but home nonetheless. So, Hermione said eventually, her voice shifting to something more serious. Are you going to tell us what actually happened this summer? Your letters mentioned family complications but nothing specific. Harry had been expecting this. He'd spent the last week of summer deciding how much to reveal, weighing honesty against the danger of involving his friends in divine politics. There was a war, he said quietly. Between my father and Zeus. Over me. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione went very still. It lasted 3 weeks. Nobody won, exactly. Athena brokered a ceasefire before things got too destructive. But people died. Merfolk, sea spirits, beings that had served my father for centuries. Harry stared at his hands. Because of me. Because Zeus decided my existence was a threat. Harry, Hermione started. I didn't fight. Dad wouldn't let me. Said I was the target, that getting involved would only make things worse. His voice was flat. So I trained. Every day, as hard as I could. While others died in my name, I practiced combat drills and refined my magic. Silence filled the compartment. That's not your fault, Ron said finally. Zeus being a paranoid git isn't your fault. Doesn't feel that way. Feelings lie. Hermione's voice was firm. You didn't start that war. You didn't choose to be born with powers that scare gods. And staying out of the fighting probably saved lives. If Zeus had captured you, he could have used you as leverage. Your father made the right call. Harry knew she was right. Logically, strategically, he understood. But logic didn't touch the hollow feeling in his chest. There's more, he said. Kronos is still reaching out. Every night, in my dreams. He's getting more insistent. The Titan. Ron's voice had gone flat. The one who wants to destroy everything. That's the one. He keeps showing me visions. Possible futures. Most of them are terrible. Harry finally looked up, meeting his friend's eyes. I don't know what he wants from me specifically, but whatever it is, he's getting impatient. Something's building. I can feel it. Hermione pulled out her notebook. She'd started carrying one everywhere after last year's events. What kind of visions? Are they consistent? Is there a pattern? Some. There's always a moment of choice, me standing at some kind of threshold, deciding whether to open a door. The outcomes change depending on what I decide, but the moment itself is always there. A door to what? I don't know. Kronos calls me the bridge. Says I can connect worlds that have been separated since the Titans fell. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore said something similar last year, after the stone. Ancient prophecies about someone who could reshape reality. Ron was pale. And you can. Reshape reality, I mean. The water from nothing thing. Yeah. Blimey. Ron slumped back in his seat. I thought this year might be calmer than last. When has anything involving Harry been calm? Hermione's voice held dark humor. At least we know what we're dealing with now. Divine politics, Titan manipulation, reality warping powers. We can plan around that. Can we? We can try. She met Harry's eyes steadily. Partners, remember. Whatever comes, we face it together. Harry felt something warm push back against the cold inside him. Partners. The train kept moving north. Hogwarts rose against the evening sky like an old friend. Harry felt the castle's awareness brush against his mind as the carriages approached, a welcoming presence, curious about what had changed in him since June. He reached back, letting it sense the new edges in his power, the hardness that training had carved into his soul. The castle seemed to approve. The carriages are pulling themselves again, Ron muttered. Weird. Harry could see them now. The Thestrals, skeletal horses with leathery wings and milky white eyes. Invisible to anyone who hadn't witnessed death. He'd seen Quirrell die. That apparently qualified. "They're Thestrals," Harry said quietly. "I can see them now." Hermione's sharp intake of breath told him she understood. Ron just looked confused. "Later," Harry said. "I'll explain later." The feast was exactly as he remembered. The enchanted ceiling showed a perfect autumn night. The house tables buzzed with conversation. Dumbledore gave his usual eccentric welcome speech, and the Sorting Hat sorted new students into their houses with the same dramatic flair. Normal. Safe. The kind of ordinary that Harry had learned to treasure. But underneath the surface, he could feel tensions. The staff table held new faces. A blond man with 2 white teeth had apparently replaced Quirrell as defense professor. Snape's glares had intensified, if that was possible. And Dumbledore's eyes lingered on Harry with an assessment that felt heavier than before. He knows, Harry realized. About the war. About what I've become. Of course he did. Dumbledore seemed to know everything. After the feast, Harry made his way to Gryffindor Tower with his friends. The password was Wattlebird this year, whatever that meant, and the common room was exactly as welcoming as he remembered. Red and gold everywhere. Comfortable chairs. The crackle of the fireplace. Home. "I'm exhausted," Ron announced. "See you both tomorrow." "Good night, Ron." He disappeared up the boys' staircase, leaving Harry and Hermione alone in the emptying common room. "You didn't tell us everything," Hermione said quietly. "On the train." "No. Is it something you can tell me? Now, when it's just us?" Harry considered. There were secrets he was keeping, the full extent of his creation power, the specific details of Kronos' offers, the way his dreams had started showing him things that felt less like visions and more like memories. "The creation ability is getting stronger," he said finally. "I've been practicing all summer. Carefully, controlled. But it's not just water anymore." Hermione's eyes widened. "What else?" "Air. Stone. Fire, though that one's harder." Harry held up his hand, and a small flame flickered into existence above his palm. "Not summoned, created. Matter from nothing. That's..." Hermione seemed lost for words. "Harry, that's not magic. Not any magic I've ever read about. That's, I know." He closed his fist, and the flame vanished. "Dumbledore says it's primordial. Chaos-level power. The kind of thing that existed before the gods. And Kronos wants you because of it. Probably. He keeps talking about doors and bridges and realms that have been separated. I think he wants me to open something. Free something." Harry's voice hardened. "I won't do it. Whatever he's planning, I won't be his tool. But he's persistent. Very." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she stood, crossed to Harry, and sat beside him on the couch. "Remember what you said last year? About wanting people to stop keeping secrets from you. To treat you as an ally instead of a piece on someone else's board." "I remember. I'm asking for the same thing." Her voice was steady. "I know there are things you can't share, divine politics, security concerns, all of that. But when it comes to your safety, your well-being, what's happening inside your head? Don't shut me out. Let me help carry it." Harry looked at her. Really looked, at the fierce intelligence in her eyes, the stubborn set of her jaw, the way she positioned herself close enough to touch but not so close as to crowd him. "I dream about you sometimes," he said. "In Kronos' visions. You're there, in the futures he shows me." Hermione's breath caught. "Good futures or bad ones?" "Both. Sometimes we're fighting side by side against things I can't even describe. Sometimes," he stopped, shook his head. "Sometimes you're gone. And I'm alone, and I've made choices that That what? That destroyed everything. The fire crackled. The common room was empty now, their housemates having drifted to bed. Then we make sure that future doesn't happen, Hermione said firmly. We plan. We prepare. We watch each other's backs. She reached out and took his hand. You're not alone, Harry. You have me. You have Ron. Whatever Kronos is trying to do, whatever choices he thinks he can force you into, you have people who will stand with you. Harry felt the cold inside him recede a little further. Thank you. Always. She squeezed his hand. Now get some sleep. Classes start tomorrow, and I will not let you fall behind just because you're having prophetic nightmares about the end of the world. Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him. Only you would put homework on the same level as apocalyptic visions. Priorities, Harry. They're important. He walked her to the base of the girls' staircase. They lingered there for a moment, caught in something neither quite knew how to name. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Harry. A soft smile. Sweet dreams. No titans allowed. She disappeared up the stairs. Harry stood there for a while longer, feeling the warmth of her hand like an afterimage. Then he went to face whatever waited in his dreams. Second-year classes started with a new defense professor and an immediate problem. Gilderoy Lockhart was, to put it charitably, a fraud. Harry had suspected it within 5 minutes of entering the classroom, watching the man preen in front of a mirror while assigning homework about his own accomplishments. The suspicion became certainty when Lockhart released a cage full of Cornish pixies and then fled the room, leaving the students to deal with the chaos themselves. Immobulus. Hermione froze the remaining pixies with a wave of her wand. Honestly, is he even qualified to teach? He's written dozens of books, Neville said doubtfully. All those adventures he went on. Adventures he probably stole from other wizards. Harry was already moving toward the door. I'm going to report this. Report it to who? Dumbledore hired him. McGonagall. She's practical. Harry found his head of house in her office, grading essays with the focused intensity she brought to everything. She looked up when he knocked. Mr. Potter. What brings you here? Our defense professor just released a cage of Cornish pixies, panicked, and abandoned the classroom. Harry kept his voice neutral. I thought you should know. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. I see. The other students handled it. Hermione especially. But if that's going to be the standard for the year, I'll speak with Professor Lockhart. She set down her quill. Is there something else? Harry hesitated. There was, actually. Something that had been bothering him since the feast. The new term. Are there any special concerns I should know about? Things happening at the school that might require attention? McGonagall's expression sharpened. What makes you ask? Instinct. The castle feels different this year. Tenser. For a long moment, the professor just studied him. Then she sighed, the professional distance softening slightly. You're perceptive. I'll give you that. She leaned back in her chair. There have been incidents. Nothing confirmed yet, messages written on walls, strange noises in the corridors. The staff is investigating. What kind of messages? I shouldn't tell you this. But she did anyway, perhaps recognizing that Harry would find out regardless. References to something called the Chamber of Secrets. An old Hogwarts legend, supposedly a hidden room created by Salazar Slytherin, containing a monster that would purge the school of Muggle-born students. Harry's blood went cold. Hermione's Muggle-born. I'm aware. McGonagall's voice was quiet. We don't believe the chamber actually exists, it's been searched for many times over the centuries. But the messages are concerning regardless. Who's writing them? We don't know. Yet. She fixed him with a stern look. I'm telling you this because I trust your discretion, Mr. Potter. Not so you can go investigating on your own. Leave this to the staff. Of course, Professor. He didn't mean it. They both knew he didn't mean it. But the formality mattered. Harry told Hermione and Ron about the chamber that evening, huddled in their usual corner of the library. Salazar Slytherin's secret room, Ron muttered. Full of something that kills Muggleborns. Brilliant. Just what we needed. It might not be real. Hermione had already pulled 3 books from the shelves, her research instincts kicking in. Legends grow and change over time. The original story might have been something much simpler. Or it might be exactly what it sounds like. Harry's voice was grim. A weapon designed to target people like you. Hermione's hand stilled on her book. You're worried about me. Of course I'm worried about you. If there's something in this castle hunting Muggleborns, then we find it and stop it. Her jaw set in that familiar stubborn line. I'm not going to hide in my dormitory because some 1,000-year-old bigot built a monster. We've faced worse than legends. Have we? Ron's voice was doubtful. I mean, Voldemort was bad, but at least we knew what he was. This is just, unknown. Harry nodded. Which makes it more dangerous, not less. So we investigate. Hermione opened her first book. We find out what the chamber really is, what might be inside it, and how to stop it. Just like last year. Just like last year, Harry repeated. When we nearly died multiple times. We didn't die. That's the important part. She was already scanning pages, her focus narrowing to the problem at hand. Chamber of Secrets, historical references, here. The legend dates back to the founding of Hogwarts. Slytherin argued with the other founders about admitting Muggle-born students. When he lost the argument, he reportedly built a hidden chamber before leaving. What's in the chamber? The accounts vary. Some say treasure. Some say dark artifacts. The most common version says it houses a monster that only Slytherin's true heir can control. Hermione looked up. An heir who would return to the school and use the monster to purge it of those Slytherin deemed unworthy. So someone's claiming to be Slytherin's heir. Ron's face was pale. And they've got a murder monster. We don't know that yet. All we have are messages on walls. But Harry's instincts were screaming. The castle's tension, McGonagall's concern, the timing of this revelation right after his return. Something was very wrong. The first attack came on Halloween. Because of course it did. Harry was heading to the feast when he heard it, a voice, hissing through the walls, speaking words that made his skin crawl. Kill, time to kill, let me rip, tear. He froze mid-step. Harry. Ron turned back. What's wrong? You didn't hear that? Hear what? Blood. I smell blood, so hungry, for so long. The voice was moving. Traveling through the walls, no, through the pipes. Harry tracked it without thinking, his water sense following the vibrations through the castle's plumbing. Something's hunting, Harry said. Come on. He ran. Ron and Hermione followed, struggling to keep up as Harry navigated corridors he barely knew, following a trail that only he could perceive. The voice kept talking, kept promising death, and underneath the words was a presence. Something ancient. Something cold. Something that felt almost familiar. They rounded a corner and stopped. Mrs. Norris hung from a torch bracket, stiff and unmoving. Her eyes were open but blank, her body rigid in a way that didn't look natural. And on the wall behind her, written in something that looked horribly like blood, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Students were gathering now, drawn by the commotion. Gasps and screams. Draco Malfoy's voice cutting through, enemies of the heir, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. What's going on here? Filch pushed through the crowd, and his face crumbled when he saw his cat. My cat. My cat. What's happened to Mrs. Norris? His wild eyes found Harry, standing closest to the scene. You've murdered my cat. You've killed her. I'll kill you. Argus. Dumbledore had arrived, sweeping through the students with an authority that silenced even Filch's raving. The headmaster examined Mrs. Norris carefully, his expression grave. She is not dead, Argus. She has been petrified. Petrified? Filch's voice cracked. But how? That is what we must determine. Dumbledore's eyes swept the gathered students. Everyone will proceed to their dormitories immediately. Except, his gaze landed on Harry. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. You will come with me. Dumbledore's office felt different this time. Last year, Harry had been too exhausted and injured to really notice the space. Now he catalogued it automatically, the silver instruments, the sleeping portraits, the phoenix fox watching from his perch with ancient eyes. I did not harm Mrs. Norris, Harry said before Dumbledore could speak. I was following a voice I heard in the walls. A voice. Dumbledore's expression gave nothing away. What kind of voice? Hissing. Speaking about killing and blood. It was moving through the pipes. The headmaster was quiet for a long moment. Then he turned to Hermione and Ron. Did either of you hear this voice? No, sir, Hermione said. Harry stopped suddenly and said something was hunting. Then he ran, and we followed. I see. Dumbledore's eyes returned to Harry. Mr. Potter, did you understand the voice? Its actual words? Yes. It said it wanted to kill. That it was hungry. That it smelled blood. Another pause. Longer this time. Have you ever heard of Parseltongue, Mr. Potter? The word meant nothing to Harry. He shook his head. It's the language of serpents. The ability to speak and understand it is extremely rare, most famously possessed by Salazar Slytherin himself. Dumbledore's voice was careful. And by Lord Voldemort. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. You're saying I'm a Parselmouth. I'm saying you heard a voice that no one else could hear, speaking words you understood perfectly. A voice traveling through pipes, through the plumbing system, where a serpent might easily move. Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. This does not make you dark, Harry. It is simply an ability, neither good nor evil in itself. But people will think many things. Most of them wrong. Dumbledore stood and moved to the window. The Chamber of Secrets was opened once before. 50 years ago, during my time as a teacher. A student was killed. The attack stopped when a pupil was expelled, but I always suspected. Suspected what? That we caught the wrong person. That the true culprit was never found. Dumbledore turned back. I tell you this because you need to understand, whatever is happening now, it has roots that go deeper than a single school year. Forces are in motion that connect to the very foundations of this castle. The voice I heard. It's the monster, isn't it? The thing in the chamber. Almost certainly. The voice, the petrification, the message, they all point to something that should have stayed buried. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. You have an advantage that no one else possesses, Harry. You can hear it. Perhaps communicate with it. You want me to hunt it. I want you to be aware. To be careful. A ghost of a smile. I know better than to ask you to stay out of trouble. You're your parents' son in that regard. Harry didn't smile back. What about Hermione? She's Muggle-born. If this thing is targeting, Miss Granger will be watched. As will all Muggle-born students. Dumbledore's voice was firm. But the best protection is to end this quickly. Find the chamber. Identify the heir. Stop the attacks before anyone else is harmed. And you're asking me to help with that. I'm asking you to do what you would do regardless of my asking. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. Consider this permission, Mr. Potter. Officially unofficial. The investigation began in earnest. Harry spent every free moment searching for clues, following the pipes with his water sense, listening for the voice in the walls, researching anything connected to Slytherin or the chamber's history. Hermione threw herself into the academic side, consuming books faster than the library could supply them. Ron provided practical support and occasional comic relief. November came with cold winds and mounting tension. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who'd been annoyingly obsessed with Harry, was found petrified in a corridor. Nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley were discovered together, Nick frozen in his ghostly form and Justin stiff as a board. Each time, Harry heard the voice beforehand. Each time, he arrived too late. The school descended into paranoia. Students traveled in groups. Parents sent howlers demanding their children be sent home. And the whispers about Harry, the Parselmouth, the boy who kept appearing at attack scenes, grew louder. "They think you're the heir," Hermione said one evening, after a particularly nasty confrontation in the corridor. "Even some of the Gryffindors." "I know. It's ridiculous. You're the one trying to stop this. People don't care about facts when they're scared." Harry stared out the window at the darkening grounds. "They want someone to blame. I'm convenient. Then we give them the real culprit." Hermione's voice was fierce. "We're close, Harry. I can feel it. The pieces are almost fitting together." She was right. They'd narrowed down the possibilities significantly. The monster was almost certainly a basilisk, a giant serpent whose gaze could kill, but which apparently petrified when the gaze was indirect. The voice Harry heard matched a serpent's speech. The victims had all been found near reflective surfaces or in situations where they hadn't made direct eye contact. What they didn't know was how the basilisk was moving undetected, who was controlling it, or where the chamber actually was. "Moaning Myrtle," Harry said suddenly. Hermione blinked. "What?" "The ghost who haunts the second-floor bathroom. She died here 50 years ago, when the chamber was opened before." Harry's mind was racing. What if she was the student who was killed? What if she knows something? "Harry, that's brilliant. Don't sound so surprised." They went to find Myrtle that night. The second-floor bathroom was exactly as unpleasant as its reputation suggested. Water covered the floor, overflow from perpetually leaking pipes. The mirrors were cracked. The stalls were moldy. And hovering near the ceiling, radiating misery like a physical force, was Moaning Myrtle. "Oh," she said when she saw them. "Come to throw something at me?" "Everyone does, eventually." "No." Harry stepped forward carefully. "We came to ask about how you died." Myrtle's expression shifted from self-pity to something almost eager. "Ooh. No one's ever asked me that before. Will you tell us?" "It was awful." She drifted down, clearly relishing the attention. "I was hiding in here because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was crying, and then I heard someone come in. A boy, speaking some strange language. I opened the door to tell him to go away and use his own toilet, and then," she gestured dramatically, "I died." "You saw something?" "A pair of great big yellow eyes. Over there, by that sink." Myrtle pointed. Harry crossed to the sink she'd indicated. It looked ordinary, old porcelain, tarnished taps, nothing special. But when he looked closer, a tiny snake was carved into the side of one tap. "Hermione. Look at this." She crouched beside him, examining the carving. A serpent. A Slytherin symbol. Her breath caught. "Harry, this is it. This is the entrance. How do we open it?" Harry stared at the snake, feeling the echo of all those hissing voices he'd heard through the walls. He thought about how they'd sounded, tried to shape his mouth around the same sounds. Open. Nothing. Open, he tried again, really focusing on the snake, imagining he was speaking to it. Harry, that was weird. Ron's voice came from behind them. He'd caught up after standing guard in the corridor. That hissing thing you just did. Parseltongue. He'd spoken Parseltongue without realizing it. Harry focused harder, letting the snake language flow without trying to translate. Open. The tap began to glow. The sink shuddered. And then, with a grinding of ancient stone, it sank into the floor, revealing a pipe large enough to slide down. Into darkness. You found it, Myrtle breathed. You actually found it. Harry stared into the blackness below. The Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's hidden lair. The home of a monster that had already petrified half a dozen people. I'm going down, he said. Not alone. Hermione's voice was firm. Partners. This is the monster's home territory. If the basilisk catches you with direct eye contact, then I won't look at it directly. I'll close my eyes, use reflections, whatever it takes. She grabbed his arm. I'm not letting you do this alone, Harry. Ron moved to stand beside them. Same. We're all going, or none of us are. Harry looked at his friends. The people who had stood by him through everything, dark lords and divine wars and whispers of destiny. The people he'd promised not to shut out. Fine, he said. But stay behind me. And if I say run, you run. No arguments. They nodded. Harry took a breath, sat on the edge of the pipe, and let himself fall into the dark. The slide was long and slimy and eventually deposited them in a tunnel littered with small bones. Charming, Ron muttered, brushing himself off. Harry was already moving, his senses extended. Water ran through these tunnels, ancient pipes, feeding into some larger reservoir. And ahead, faintly, he could feel something. A massive presence, cold and old and waiting. This way. They crept through the tunnel, wands drawn, footsteps echoing off the stone. The bones crunched under their feet, rats and other small creatures, judging by the shapes. A diet of vermin and shadows. The tunnel opened into a massive chamber. Pillars carved with serpents rose toward a ceiling lost in darkness. Water dripped from somewhere above, forming pools that reflected the faint green glow of bioluminescent moss. And at the far end, dominating the space like a throne, stood a towering statue of Salazar Slytherin himself. Between them and the statue stood a girl. Ginny. Ron's voice cracked. It was Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, sorted into Gryffindor just this year. She stood motionless, her eyes closed, her small body held rigid by forces Harry couldn't see. And beside her, holding what looked like a black diary, was a teenage boy Harry didn't recognize. Hello, Harry Potter, the boy said. His smile was charming and utterly wrong. I've been hoping you'd find your way here. Who are you? My name is Tom Riddle. The smile widened. But you know me by another name, don't you? The name I chose for myself when I became something greater than a mere student. Harry's blood went cold. Voldemort. Very good. Tom's form flickered slightly, not quite solid, not quite there. Or rather, a memory of Voldemort. Preserved in this diary for 50 years, waiting for someone to open their heart and pour their secrets into its pages. Ginny. Poor lonely Ginny. So desperate for a friend who understood her. So willing to share everything, her fears, her hopes, her magic. Tom gestured languidly. She's been opening the chamber for me all year, Harry. Writing messages on walls, releasing the basilisk, doing everything I commanded. And she doesn't even remember most of it. You possessed her. I consumed her. Her life force, feeding into the diary, growing me stronger every day. Tom's eyes gleamed. Soon I'll be more than a memory. I'll be real again. And then, you'll what? Kill Muggleborns until someone stops you. That was always such a small goal, wasn't it? Purging the school of mudbloods. Tom laughed. I have bigger plans now, Harry. The diary was a test, an experiment in immortality. It worked better than I imagined. And when I'm fully restored, I'll continue where my older self failed. Your older self is a bodiless wraith hiding in Albania. For now. But that will change. Tom's smile turned predatory. Thank you for coming, by the way. Your arrival was the final piece I needed. Ginny's life force would have restored me eventually, but yours, the famous Harry Potter, the boy who destroyed my other self, yours will make me unstoppable. He raised the diary. Dark energy crackled around it. Let's begin, shall we? Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth opened. And from the darkness within emerged the basilisk. It was enormous. Massive. A serpent the length of a train car, with scales like armor and fangs like swords. Its eyes were closed, perhaps sensing that Harry knew better than to meet them, but its tongue flickered, tasting the air. Master, it hissed. You have called. I obey. Kill the boys, Tom commanded in Parseltongue. The girl is not to be touched. Yes, master. The basilisk began to move. Run. Harry shoved Ron toward the tunnel. Get Hermione out of here. Harry, now. Ron grabbed Hermione's arm and pulled her back. The basilisk's head swiveled toward the movement, tracking by sound and scent. Harry did the only thing he could think of. He reached for his power and flooded the chamber. Water exploded from the pools, from the pipes, from the very stone itself. Harry pulled it all toward him, shaped it, sent it crashing toward the basilisk in a wall that would have crushed a building. The serpent shrieked and recoiled. But it was massive, ancient, incredibly tough. The water battered it but couldn't stop it. Fool, it hissed. I am death itself. Your tricks cannot harm me. Then let's try something else. Harry reached deeper. Past the water. Past the familiar flows of divine and magical power. He touched the thing he'd been avoiding. The bridge. The door. And he created. Ice formed around the basilisk, not ordinary ice, but something harder, colder, drawn from a place where heat had never existed. It wrapped around the serpent's body, locking its coils in place. The creature thrashed, cracking the ice, but Harry kept creating more, kept pulling substance from nothing. Impossible, Tom breathed. What are you? Something you never counted on. Harry's vision was going white at the edges. The creation power was burning through him faster than he could sustain. But he could feel the basilisk weakening, its struggles growing slower as the cold seeped through its scales. Almost. Almost there. Then something hit Harry from behind, and everything went dark. He woke to pain. His head throbbed. His body ached. And he was lying on the cold stone floor of the chamber, with Tom Riddle standing over him. Impressive, Tom said. Truly impressive. I've never seen anything like that power. Not in all my research into the darkest arts. He crouched, bringing his face close to Harry's. What are you, Harry Potter? What secrets hide behind those famous green eyes? Harry tried to move. Couldn't. Some kind of binding spell, holding him in place. The basilisk is recovering, Tom continued. Your ice was formidable, but not permanent. In a few minutes, it will be free, and then, he smiled. Well. Then we'll see if the boy who lived can survive a second encounter with death. You can't win. Harry's voice was a rasp. Even if you kill me. My father, Dumbledore, all of them, they'll destroy you. Your father. Tom's eyes glittered. Yes, the divine lord of the seas. I've learned so much about you through Ginny's letters home. A demigod prince, adopted by Poseidon himself. No wonder you have such unusual powers. If you know who my father is, you know what he'll do to you. Perhaps. But I won't be facing him as a memory in a diary. Tom stood, spreading his arms. I'll be real. Solid. Powerful beyond anything your father has encountered. The combination of your life force and my genius, a screech interrupted him. Something golden and red streaked through the chamber, a bird, trailing fire, diving toward the recovering basilisk. It slashed at the serpent's eyes with its talons, and the basilisk screamed as ichor poured from its ruined sockets. No. Tom's composure shattered. Kill it. Kill the phoenix. The basilisk thrashed blindly, snapping at air. The phoenix, Fawkes, Harry realized, Dumbledore's phoenix, wheeled away, something clutched in its talons. Something that dropped into Harry's bound hands. The sorting hat. Use what you find, a voice whispered. Not Fawkes, not Tom, something older. The worthy can always find what they need. Harry's fingers closed around the hat's fabric. He felt inside it, reaching desperately for anything that might help. His hand closed on metal. Something heavy. Something sharp. He drew out a sword. It was silver and gleaming, with rubies in the hilt and a blade that seemed to drink the green light of the chamber. Words were etched along the metal, Godric Gryffindor. Tom's eyes went wide. That can't be. Harry's bindings had weakened when Tom's concentration broke. He wrenched himself free, rolling to his feet, bringing the sword up in a guard position his trainers would have recognized. Round 2, he said. The basilisk lunged. Fighting a blind basilisk was only marginally better than fighting a sighted one. The serpent could still smell him, still track him by vibration, still move with terrifying speed despite its massive size. Harry dodged fangs the length of his forearm, ducked coils that could crush him to paste, and looked for an opening that never seemed to come. But he had the sword. And the sword wanted to be used. It moved in his hands like an extension of his will, guiding his strikes toward the basilisk's weak points. Scales parted under its edge. Ichor sprayed with each cut. The serpent was weakening, slowing, its blind strikes growing more desperate. Why won't you die? It screamed. You are nothing. A mortal child. I am ancient. I am death. Then go back to death, Harry replied in Parseltongue. He saw his opening. The basilisk reared up, mouth gaping wide for a final strike, and Harry drove Gryffindor's sword straight up through the roof of its mouth and into its brain. The serpent convulsed. Shuddered. And collapsed. Harry stood over its body, gasping, the sword still buried in its skull. Then he felt the pain in his arm. A fong had caught him during the final exchange. It jutted from his bicep, pumping venom into his blood with every heartbeat. Already his vision was darkening, his legs growing weak. A pity, Tom said from somewhere nearby. His voice was calm again, almost satisfied. You killed my basilisk. But its venom will kill you. And as you die, your life force will complete my resurrection. Harry pulled the fong from his arm, nearly screaming at the agony. Blood poured from the wound, mixed with something black and smoking. The diary. Still on the floor where Tom had dropped it. Harry crawled toward it. What are you doing? Tom's voice sharpened. Stop. Stop. Harry reached the diary. Raised the basilisk fawn. If I'm dying anyway, he rasped, I'm taking you with me. He stabbed the fong into the diary's heart. Tom screamed. His form flickered, dissolved, reformed in shapes that weren't human. Light poured from the diary's wound, not normal light, but something searing, pure, antithetical to everything Tom represented. Then he was gone. Harry collapsed onto the cold stone, venom burning through his veins, and wondered distantly if this was how dying felt. Something warm landed on his chest. Fawkes. The phoenix lowered its head, and tears, silver tears, fell onto Harry's wound. The burning stopped. The darkness receded. Harry lay there, breathing, alive, while a phoenix cried over him and a legendary sword gleamed in the corpse of a monster. Then Ginny stirred, and everything got complicated again. Chapter 6, No Gods, No Masters. Ginny Weasley woke up screaming. Harry was at her side before the echo faded, catching her shoulders as she thrashed, trying to ground her in reality before panic took over completely. Ginny. Ginny, look at me. You're safe. It's over. Her eyes found his face, wild, terrified, not fully present. I couldn't stop, he made me, I know. It wasn't your fault. The attacks. Mrs. Norris. Colin. Her voice cracked. I did all of it. I wrote those messages. I opened the chamber. I let that thing out and it hurt people because of me, because of Tom Riddle. Because of Voldemort. Harry kept his voice steady. He possessed you through the diary. Controlled you. None of this was your choice. Ginny stared at him. Slowly, gradually, the hysteria drained from her expression, leaving exhaustion behind. Is he gone? Really gone? Harry glanced at the diary, still lying on the stone floor with a basilisk fang through its heart. Dark liquid oozed from the wound like blood. He's gone. Ginny started crying then, deep, racking sobs that shook her entire small frame. Harry held her awkwardly, uncertain what to do, until footsteps announced that they weren't alone anymore. Ron burst through the tunnel entrance, Hermione right behind him. His face went white when he saw his sister. Ginny. He crossed the distance in 3 strides and pulled her into a crushing embrace. Ginny clung to him, still sobbing, while Ron made soothing noises that probably didn't make any sense but seemed to help anyway. Hermione stopped beside Harry. Her eyes swept the chamber, the dead basilisk, the destroyed diary, the blood still staining Harry's arm despite Fawkes's healing tears. You did it, she said quietly. Barely. That seems to be your style. A ghost of a smile. Are you okay? Harry considered the question. His arm ached where the fang had pierced it. His power reserves were almost completely depleted. And somewhere underneath the exhaustion, he could feel the tremors of what he'd done, creating matter from nothing, pushing his abilities further than ever before. I will be, he said. Eventually. Fawkes trilled from somewhere above them, and the sound carried a warmth that seeped into Harry's bones. The phoenix circled down, landing on his shoulder with surprising gentleness given its size. I think that's our ride, Harry said. Everyone grab on. They gathered together, Harry, Hermione, Ron still holding Ginny. Hands found feathers, and Fawkes rose, carrying them up through the pipe shaft with strength that defied its form. They emerged in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, blinking in light that seemed impossibly bright after the chamber's darkness. You came back, Myrtle said, sounding almost disappointed. I thought maybe you'd stay down there. Keep me company. Maybe next time, Harry managed. Then McGonagall burst through the door, and everything became chaos. The next few hours were a blur of explanations, examinations, and increasingly incredulous reactions. Dumbledore was summoned from wherever he'd been. Madame Pomfrey descended with her usual hurricane efficiency, forcing potions down throats and tutoring over injuries. The Weasley parents arrived by flu, Mrs. Weasley's face tear-streaked and Mr. Weasley's pale with barely controlled fury. Harry told the story 3 times. Once to McGonagall, once to Dumbledore, and once to a ministry official who seemed determined to find something to charge someone with. The diary was examined. The basilisk's corpse was verified. Tom Riddle's connection to Voldemort was established through records Dumbledore produced from somewhere in his seemingly endless files. And through it all, one question kept coming up. How did you kill it? The ministry official asked, his quill scratching furiously. A basilisk is one of the most dangerous creatures in existence. How did a 12-year-old student manage to? Gryffindor's sword, Harry said flatly. It appeared in the sorting hat. I stabbed the basilisk through the mouth. The sword of Godric Gryffindor just appeared. That's what I said. And before that? Our analysis of the chamber suggests massive water manipulation. Ice formations that couldn't have occurred naturally. Who was responsible for that? Harry met the man's eyes. I was. You. I have abilities beyond standard wizardry. Divine heritage. It's in my file. The official sputtered. Harry waited. I think, Dumbledore interjected smoothly, that Mr. Potter has been through quite enough for one evening. The important thing is that the threat has been neutralized and no students were permanently harmed. The petrified victims will be restored once the Mandrake restorative draft is complete. But the irregularities can be discussed at a later date. For now, I suggest we let these children rest. The official clearly wanted to argue. But Dumbledore's gaze had that particular weight to it, the one that reminded everyone present exactly who they were dealing with. The questioning ended. Harry slept for 16 hours. When he woke, it was afternoon, and Hermione was sitting beside his hospital bed reading a book thick enough to serve as a weapon. You're awake. She set the book aside immediately. How do you feel? Like I fought a giant snake and nearly died of poison. Harry pushed himself upright. What did I miss? The petrified students are being revived as we speak. Ginny's been released to her parents, they're taking her home for the rest of the term for recovery. Lockhart tried to take CR for solving the chamber mystery, then accidentally obliviated himself when McGonagall handed him a wand. He's in St. Mungo's now. Couldn't have happened to a nicer fraud. Hermione's lips twitched. The school is celebrating. You're being hailed as a hero. Again. Great. Harry's voice was flat. More attention. Just what I needed. You saved lives, Harry. Stopped Voldemort from returning. Killed a 1,000-year-old monster. Hermione leaned forward. You earned the attention. I almost died. I would have died, if Fawkes hadn't shown up with tears and a magic sword. But you didn't die. And everyone who was petrified is going to be fine. She reached out and took his hand. I know you hate this part. The praise, the spotlight, everyone treating you like some kind of legend. But what you did mattered. It made a difference. Harry looked at their joined hands. Something shifted in his chest, the cold that had lived there since Kronos's whispers began, thawing slightly under her warmth. I heard him, Harry said quietly. While I was fighting. Kronos. Offering to help, offering power, telling me I didn't have to struggle alone. Hermione's grip tightened. What did you do? Ignored him. Focused on the fight. Harry met her eyes. But it was hard. Harder than it should have been. The things he offers, they make sense, in a twisted way. Power to protect people. Strength to never be helpless again. That's how manipulation works. It finds what you actually want and promises to give it to you. I know. He shook his head. I keep waiting for a moment when it stops. When the whispers fade and I can just be normal for 5 minutes. You're not normal, Harry. You never were. Hermione's voice was gentle. But that's not a bad thing. Your powers, your heritage, everything that makes you different, they also make you capable of things no one else could do. Like saving an entire school from a basilisk. I'm tired of being special. I know. She squeezed his hand once more. But you're not alone in it. Whatever comes next, whatever Kronos or Voldemort or Zeus throws at you, you have people who'll stand with you. Harry felt something ease inside him. The weight didn't disappear, but it became more bearable. "Partners," he said. "Always." The end-of-year feast was quieter than last year. No last-minute House Cup reversals. No dramatic point awards. Just good food, relieved students, and a palpable sense of collective exhale. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, picking at his meal and trying not to notice how many people were staring at him. The whispers had shifted since Halloween, no longer suspicious, now admiring, but they were still whispers. Still people treating him as something other than a person. "You'd think they'd get tired of gawking," Ron muttered around a mouthful of chicken. "You'd think." Harry pushed a potato around his plate. "At least no one's accusing me of being the heir of Slytherin anymore." Small victories. Dumbledore gave a brief speech, acknowledgement of the year's difficulties, praise for the students' resilience, the usual platitudes. He caught Harry's eye during one particularly vague passage about courage in dark times, and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Harry nodded back. An understanding between them, whatever that was worth. After the feast, he slipped away from the celebration. Needed air. Space. A moment to think without being observed. He found himself on the astronomy tower, looking out over the darkening grounds. The lake glittered in the last light of sunset. The forest was a dark mass on the horizon. Somewhere below, students were laughing, celebrating the end of another year. Harry felt very far away from all of it. "You're brooding again." He turned. Hermione had followed him, as she always seemed to. "I'm thinking. There's a difference." "Not much of one." She came to stand beside him at the railing. "What are you thinking about?" "Next year. What comes after?" Harry stared at the horizon. The war between Poseidon and Zeus was just delayed, not resolved. Kronos is getting more insistent. Voldemort's still out there somewhere, and I've now destroyed 2 of his schemes in 2 years. So you're thinking about how many enemies you have. I'm thinking about how they're all going to come at once eventually. His voice was quiet. Divine politics, Titan manipulation, Dark Lord revenge. At some point, they'll converge. And I don't know if I'm ready for that. Hermione was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Do you remember what you told me last year, after the stone? About wanting people to treat you as an ally instead of a piece on someone else's board?" "I remember. You've spent this whole year doing exactly that. Making your own choices. Taking action instead of waiting to be acted upon." She turned to face him. "Whatever's coming, you won't face it as someone's pawn. You'll face it as yourself. That matters. Does it? When the forces involved are so much bigger than me. It matters because you're not alone." Her voice was firm. "You have your family. You have friends. You have people who believe in you, not because of prophecies or politics, but because of who you are." Harry looked at her. The sunset light caught her hair, turning the brown to something almost golden. She looked fierce and certain and absolutely unwilling to let him spiral into darkness. "When did you get so wise?" "I've always been wise. You just weren't paying attention." He laughed despite himself. It felt good, the release of tension, the reminder that not everything had to be heavy. "Thank you," he said. "For this year. For all of it. You can thank me by surviving whatever comes next." Hermione's smile softened. "And by writing more than 3 sentences in your summer letters. Your communication skills are atrocious." "I'll work on it." "You'd better." They stood together as the sun set, watching the stars emerge one by one. Tomorrow would bring farewells, train rides, the return to other worlds and other conflicts. But tonight, there was peace. Harry held on to it while he could. The summer started badly. Harry had barely been home a week when the first dream came. Not Kronos' usual whispers, something different. More direct. More urgent. He stood in a throne room made of obsidian and shadow. The air was thick, hard to breathe, heavy with power that pressed against his skin like physical weight. And on the throne sat a figure he recognized only from descriptions. Kronos, Lord of Time. Not the voice in the darkness. The actual Titan. Massive, terrible, radiating an ancient malevolence that made Voldemort seem like a petulant child. Little Prince. The voice shook reality. We meet at last. You're not really here. Harry kept his voice steady. This is a dream. A dream, yes. But more real than you might think. Kronos leaned forward, and his eyes, golden, swirling, somehow containing infinities, fixed on Harry with terrible focus. I've been patient with you. Offered guidance, power, understanding. And you've refused me at every turn. Because I'm not interested in helping you destroy everything. Destroy. Kronos laughed, and the sound was like continents cracking. I don't want to destroy, little prince. I want to remake. The world as it exists is broken, gods who care nothing for mortals, magic hidden from those who could use it, power concentrated in the hands of the unworthy. I want to fix that. By overthrowing the gods. Your children. My children who imprisoned me in eternal torment because they feared my power. Something dark flickered in those golden eyes. My children who rule through force and intimidation, who play games with mortal lives, who care nothing for the suffering they cause. Do you truly think they deserve their thrones? Harry said nothing. You know I'm right. You've seen it yourself, Zeus's paranoid attacks on your father. Poseidon's willingness to start a war over one adopted child. The divine realm is rotting from within, and everyone knows it. Kronos' voice dropped to something almost gentle. I offer you a chance to be part of the solution, Harry. To help build something better. And what do you get? Access. The worlds have been separated since my imprisonment, mortal and divine, magical and mundane. You can reconnect them. Open doors that have been sealed for millennia. Kronos spread his massive hands. That's all I want. The opportunity to walk freely again, to engage with reality without the barriers the gods erected to cage me. And once you're free. Once you're walking through whatever doors I open. Then we reshape the world together. Create something worthy of the power we both possess. Harry stared at the Titan. At the ancient evil wearing a mask of reasonability, offering partnership while planning conquest. No. The word hung in the air. No. I've heard this speech before. Voldemort gave me a version of it. Join me, and we can accomplish great things. The words change, but the intent doesn't. Harry's voice hardened. You want to use me. To unlock whatever's been locked away. And once I've served that purpose, you'll destroy everything I care about. Kronos was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, the gentleness was gone. I gave you a choice, little prince. An opportunity to be something more than a pawn in divine games. You've refused. The golden eyes began to glow brighter. Remember that, in the days to come. Remember that I offered peace, and you chose war. I didn't choose war. I chose not to help you. The same thing, in the end. The throne room began to dissolve, reality fracturing around Harry like breaking glass. I'm coming, Harry Potter. Not today. Not tomorrow. But soon. And when I arrive, you'll wish you'd taken my offer. Harry woke up gasping, drenched in cold sweat, with his father standing over him. Harry. Poseidon's voice was tight. You were screaming. Kronos. Harry forced himself to breathe. He spoke to me directly. Not whispers, actually spoke. Like he was there. Poseidon's expression went very still. Tell me everything. Harry did. The palace went to war footing within the hour. Not open conflict, there was no enemy to fight yet, but preparation. Scouts dispatched to monitor Tartarus. Allies contacted across the Divine Realm. Defense ward strengthened, escape routes verified, contingency plans dusted off and updated. Harry watched it all with a growing sense of unreality. "This is because of me," he said to Amphitrite that evening. "Because I refused him. This is because Kronos is a monster who would have found another excuse regardless." Her voice was firm. "You made the right choice." "Did I?" He said he was coming. That refusing his offer meant war. Wars happen whether we invite them or not. The question is whether we face them on our terms or someone else's. Amphitrite cupped his face in her hands. "You stood against evil, Harry. Against temptation and manipulation and the promise of easy power. That's never the wrong choice. It doesn't feel like the right one. It rarely does." She kissed his forehead. "Get some rest. Tomorrow we plan." Harry tried. Sleep came eventually, but it was thin and restless, haunted by golden eyes and the echo of breaking glass. The planning sessions were exhausting. For a week, Harry sat in meetings with his father, Triton, various advisors and allies. They discussed Kronos' capabilities, his likely strategies, the ways he might try to manipulate or attack. They analyzed Harry's abilities, the creation power, the bridge potential, and tried to understand what exactly Kronos wanted to use him for. The sealed realms, one advisor suggested. The places that were cut off when the Titans fell. Kronos wants access to those. "Why?" Harry asked. "What's in them?" "Power. Armies. Weapons that were hidden to prevent their use." The advisor's expression was grim. The gods didn't just imprison the Titans. They locked away everything connected to them, entire domains, vast stores of energy, beings too dangerous to leave free. If Kronos can open those seals, he gets an army. Resources. The ability to actually challenge Olympus. Exactly. Harry stared at the map spread across the table. Divine realm politics, reduced to strategic positions and threat assessments. His role in it all, reduced to a key that might unlock apocalypse. "How do I keep him from using me?" "You can't." Poseidon's voice was quiet. "Not entirely. Your abilities are what they are, you can't just turn them off." "Then what do I do?" "You train. You prepare. You build alliances of your own." His father met his eyes. "And when the time comes, you make sure that whatever doors you open, you control what comes through them." July brought a visitor. Harry was in the training arena, pushing his creation power through increasingly complex exercises, when he felt the divine presence approaching the palace. Familiar but wrong, like a song played in a different key. He surfaced to find Triton waiting, his expression unusually serious. "You have a guest." "Who?" "See for yourself." The main hall held a goddess Harry had never met but recognized immediately. She radiated wisdom like heat from a furnace, sharp, focused, cutting through pretense. Gray eyes that seemed to analyze everything they touched. "Athena. Prince Harrison." Her voice was measured. "I've heard a great deal about you. Lady Athena." Harry kept his voice neutral. "To what do I owe the honor?" "Information. And perhaps mutual advantage." She glanced at Poseidon, who had appeared silently beside Harry. "Brother. Thank you for receiving me. You broke the deadlock with Zeus. I owed you that much." Poseidon's voice held grudging respect. "What information?" "Kronos is moving faster than anticipated. His agents have been detected across the mortal realm, demigods, monsters, even some lesser gods who've grown disillusioned with Olympus." Athena's eyes found Harry again. "And he's been particularly focused on you." "I know. We've spoken. I'm aware." Which is part of why I'm here. She produced a small object from somewhere, a silver coin, marked with an owl. The demigods are organizing. A camp exists, hidden from divine surveillance, where children of the gods train to survive. They're calling themselves, Camp Half-Blood. Harry had heard the name in passing. The training ground. Yes. They've been monitoring Kronos' activities for some time. And they've identified a pattern in his plans. Athena handed the coin to Harry. He's not just targeting you specifically. He's gathering anyone with the potential to serve as a bridge. Anyone with mixed heritage, unusual abilities, connections to multiple realms. Others like me? Not exactly like you, your combination is unique. But similar enough to be useful. Her gray eyes were sharp. Kronos is building a network. If he can't have you, he'll find someone else. Multiple someone else's, if necessary. Harry turned the coin over in his hands. Why are you telling me this? Because the enemy of my enemy is potentially useful. Athena's voice was blunt. Kronos threatens all of Olympus, not just Poseidon's realm. If you're going to stand against him, you should know what you're standing against. And what do you want in return? Nothing. Yet. A hint of a smile. But alliances are built on exchanges, Prince Harrison. Today I give you information. Tomorrow, perhaps, you'll have something I need. She vanished without ceremony, leaving only the silver coin behind. Harry looked at his father. Do you trust her? I trust that she acts in Olympus's interests, which currently align with ours. Poseidon's expression was thoughtful. But Athena always has multiple layers to her plans. Whatever she told you, there's more beneath the surface. So we use the information but stay cautious. Exactly. A ghost of pride crossed his father's face. You're learning. August brought worse news. The Divine Surveillance Network detected movement near Tartarus, shifts in the ancient barriers, fluctuations in the energy that kept the Titan prison sealed. Small disturbances, individually meaningless. Together, they painted a picture. Kronos was breaking free. Not fully. Not yet. The barriers held, the seals remained intact. But something was happening. Pressure building. The prison that had contained the Lord of Time for millennia was starting to crack. How long do we have? Harry asked during an emergency meeting. Months. Maybe years. Triton's voice was tight. The barriers are strong, reinforced by generations of divine power. But they weren't designed to be permanent. Eventually, everything erodes. Can we strengthen them? We can try. But it would require cooperation from Olympus, power from multiple gods working together. And with the current political situation, he didn't need to finish. Zeus was still furious about the ceasefire, still pushing for Harry's surrender, still treating Poseidon as an enemy rather than an ally. Coordinating any kind of divine response under those conditions was nearly impossible. Then we prepare for his escape, Harry said. Assume the worst case. Build defenses, gather allies, make sure that when he breaks free, we're ready. That's, actually good thinking. Triton sounded surprised. Don't act so shocked. I'm not shocked. Just, impressed. His brother's expression shifted. You've changed, Harry. Since you came back from Hogwarts. Something's different. I killed a 1,000-year-old monster and destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry's voice was flat. That changes a person. It's more than that. You're thinking strategically now. Planning ahead instead of just reacting. Triton paused. You're becoming someone people would follow. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. The idea of people following him, looking to him for leadership, it felt wrong. He was 12 years old. He should be worrying about school and friends and normal childhood things. Instead, he was planning for the apocalypse. "I don't want followers," he said finally. "I want allies. People who fight beside me, not behind me. That's an even rarer quality." Triton's voice was quiet. "Most people who gain power want more of it. You seem to want to share it. Power isn't worth anything if you're alone." Harry thought of Hermione, of Ron, of his family here in the palace. "I learned that the hard way." The last week of summer brought one final complication. Harry was practicing his creation abilities. He'd moved beyond basic elements now, experimenting with more complex matter, when he felt the disturbance. Something wrong in the currents around the palace. Something that shouldn't be there. He surfaced to find chaos. Guards rushing through corridors. Alarms blaring. His father's voice, amplified and commanding, issuing orders that Harry couldn't quite make out. He found Poseidon in the main hall, standing over a figure collapsed on the floor. A demigod, judging by the aura. Injured, unconscious, barely breathing. What happened? Messenger from Camp Half-Blood. Poseidon's expression was grim. She was attacked trying to reach us. Carried a warning she never got to deliver. A warning about what? We don't know yet. The medics are working on her. His father met Harry's eyes. But the attack itself was concerning. The creatures that did this, they shouldn't have been able to penetrate our defenses. Someone guided them. Gave them access. Kronos. Almost certainly. Which means he knows about our alliance with the camp. Knows we're coordinating resistance against him. Poseidon's voice hardened. He's moving against us, Harry. Picking off our connections one by one. Harry looked at the injured demigod. She was young, maybe 14, with dark hair and a face that was too pale. "I want to help." The words came out before he'd consciously decided. Whatever she was trying to warn us about, whatever's happening at the camp, I want to be part of it. Absolutely not. You're his primary target. Going anywhere near active conflict, is exactly what he won't expect. Harry cut his father off. He thinks I'll hide. Stay protected while others fight in my name. Just like last time. Last time kept you safe. Last time, people died because I wasn't there to help. Harry's voice was steady. I'm not doing that again. If there's a fight coming, I'm going to be in it. Father and son stared at each other. The ancient tension between protection and freedom, control and independence. Poseidon looked away first. We'll discuss it when we know more, he said. After the messenger wakes. It wasn't permission. But it wasn't refusal either. Harry would take it. The messenger woke 2 days later. Her name was Clarice, a daughter of Ares, and she was possibly the most terrifying 14-year-old Harry had ever met. Even injured and weakened, she radiated barely controlled violence. Kronos has agents inside the camp, she said without preamble. We don't know how many or who. But they've been feeding him information, sabotaging our defenses, preparing for something big. What kind of something big? An attack. A real one, not just scouting or harassment. He's gathering forces, monsters, turncoat demigods, maybe some minor gods. Planning to hit the camp when we're least prepared. When? Before the summer ends. That's all we know. Clarice's eyes were hard. Chiron, he's our trainer, sent messages to all the divine realms asking for help. Most of them refused or didn't respond. You're our last hope. Harry glanced at his father. Poseidon's expression was unreadable. What kind of help do you need? Fighters. Weapons. Information about what's coming. Clarice's jaw tightened. And you? Me? You're the one Kronos is obsessed with. The bridge, or whatever he calls you. If you're at the camp when the attack comes, maybe it'll draw him out. Give us a chance to hurt him for real. Or it could make things worse. Bring more enemies than you can handle. Maybe. But we're running out of options. Clarice met his eyes. Look, I don't know you. I don't trust anyone I don't know. But Athena said you might be willing to help, and right now, that's enough. Harry thought about everything that had happened. The visions. The warnings. The growing pressure of war on multiple fronts. He thought about Hermione, who would probably yell at him for what he was about to do. He thought about all the people who might die if he did nothing. I'll help. Poseidon's voice came sharp. Harry, I'll be careful. I won't take unnecessary risks. But I'm not going to sit here while people fight for their lives because of a Titan who wants to use me. Harry turned to face his father. This is what you trained me for. What all those lessons about strategy and combat were supposed to prepare me for. Let me use them. The silence stretched. Clarice watched with barely concealed impatience. Triton had appeared at some point, his expression conflicted. Finally, Poseidon spoke. You'll take Triton with you. And a guard unit. And you'll retreat if the situation becomes unwinnable. Agreed. You'll maintain communication with the palace. Regular updates, no heroic silences. Agreed. Poseidon stepped forward and gripped Harry's shoulder. His eyes held something Harry rarely saw there, fear, mixed with pride. Come back, son. Whatever happens, come back. I will. Harry turned to Clarice. When do we leave? Her smile was fierce. Right now. Camp Half-Blood was nothing like Harry expected. It sat in a valley on Long Island, hidden from mortal eyes by magical barriers and millennia of accumulated protection. Strawberry fields, climbing walls, sword-fighting arenas, and cabins dedicated to each of the Olympian gods spread across the landscape like a strange summer camp from mythology. Which, technically, it was. The newcomers get the orientation tour, Clarice said as they passed through the borders. You get the war room. Harry followed her through the camp, aware of the stairs following him. These were demigods, children of the gods, just like him. But where he'd been raised in divine luxury, most of them had grown up in the mortal world, struggling to survive monsters and madness and the constant threat of discovery. They looked at him like he was a prince. Which, technically, he also was. The war room was a large building at the center of camp, filled with maps and weapons and a long table around which various important-looking demigods sat. At the head was a centaur, Chiron, Harry presumed, his horse body surprisingly elegant for a creature of myth. Prince Harrison of the Seas. Chiron's voice was warm but tired. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood. I wish the circumstances were better. So do I. Harry took a seat at the table. Tell me what you need. The briefing lasted hours. Kronos' forces had been spotted gathering at multiple points around Long Island. Monsters in numbers not seen in centuries. Demigods who had turned traitor, seduced by the Titan's promises of power. And underlying it all, the sense of building pressure, the same feeling Harry had noticed in the currents around his father's palace. He's coordinating something, Harry said. All these gathering points, they're not random. They're positioning for a synchronized attack. We've reached the same conclusion. Chiron's expression was grave. But we don't have the numbers to defend against multiple simultaneous assaults. If he hits us from every direction at once, we lose. A demigod Harry didn't know, tall, blonde, with the bearing of a natural leader. Luke Castellan. Son of Hermes. Something about the name tickled Harry's memory, but he couldn't place it. Nice to meet you. Wish I could say the same. Luke's voice was flat. You're the reason this is happening, you know. The bridge. The special one. Kronos wouldn't be moving this fast if you didn't exist. Luke. Chiron's voice held warning. It's fine. Harry met Luke's eyes. You're right. I am the reason. But I'm also here to help fix it. How? You're one person. Divine heritage or not, you can't fight an army. I don't need to fight an army. I just need to change the battlefield. Harry turned to the maps. These gathering points, they're all near water. Rivers, lakes, the ocean. Kronos probably picked them for mobility, but they're also vulnerable. Vulnerable to what? To me. Harry reached out with his senses, feeling the water that surrounded Long Island. The Sound to the north. The Atlantic to the south and east. Rivers and streams crisscrossing the terrain like veins. He could use that. I can control all of it, he said. The water around and under these gathering points. If we time it right, I can disrupt their formations before they even start their attack. Silence around the table. Harry felt the weight of their skepticism. You're talking about massive-scale manipulation, Chiron said carefully. The kind of power that would require, I know what it would require. Harry's voice was steady. I can do it. And if you can't? If you burn yourself out trying? Then you're no worse off than you were before I arrived. Harry looked around the table. I'm not asking for trust. I'm offering to help. Use me or don't, but don't dismiss me without giving me a chance. The silence stretched. Then, unexpectedly, Luke spoke. Let him try. Everyone turned to stare. What? Luke's expression was unreadable. He's right. We're running out of options. If he can do even half of what he's claiming, it's worth the risk. Harry couldn't quite identify the emotion in Luke's voice. Agreement? Calculation? Something else entirely? But it didn't matter. Chiron was nodding. Very well. Prince Harrison, welcome to the War Council. Let's see what you can do. Chapter 7, The Tide Rises. Final Convergence. Kronos rises, Voldemort allies with the Titan. Harry unites demigods, wizards, and magical creatures. Climactic battle across 3 realms. Resolution of all character arcs ends with Harry choosing his own path, neither fully god nor wizard, but something new. Romance approached. The romance will develop naturally with Hermione, built on her being the first person to challenge Harry intellectually. Mutual respect that grows through shared danger. Quiet moments between chaos where they actually talk. No love at first sight, no jealousy plots, just 2 people who genuinely like each other realizing it's more tone dark but not grimdark. Harry has trauma he's buried under confidence. The humor is sharp and character-driven. Stakes are real, people get hurt, choices have consequences, but hope remains the core message. Ready to begin Chapter 1 when you give the word. Now.